Where is the forging? Where did the forging menu go? It's not hidden behind any of my menus. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, there it is. I had to right-click and hit investigate this area. Entering search mode wasn't enough. There we go. Well, let's see here. Alrighty. Assembling a task list here. Definitely want to work on our sword. That is, that's going to be a recurring theme here. Spears are another thing that I would want to have before I go to Muldraugh, which Muldraugh is on the docket for this stream. The only other things in my base that I really want to get organized would be the Conservatory and the theater. I don't know if I have enough room for both, though. I might want to do one of those on the second floor. Probably the theater. In which case I would want a few more boxes, probably. I would want a few more boxes in any case. Now, if I wanted to do bathroom sinks, which I do, they're just not going to be very easily seen because they're going to be along this wall, opposite from the toilet and shower area back there. So I would probably want to get some more sinks for that first. That's an easy first thing I can do here. Of course, getting sinks is getting the counters will be easy. Getting the sinks, there's a 25% chance that every one of them will break. We'll see how many of them decide to break. So I have provisions. The counters I could probably find right here in Spiffos. I've taken a few, but there's a few more. There's 3 in here. Now, here's one of the sinks that I'm talking about. 25% chance to break. Let's see what happens. Success. Okay. Not bad. If I wanted more industrial sinks and or steel counters, I think the Whole Foods here We'll have some. It's called Nourish, but it's Whole Foods. Alright. Let me check the back really quick. Clear? Yeah, we're clear. I accidentally picked up a clock. Hey, success. If I wanted to, I could pick up one of these industrial ovens. That is my privilege, being level 5 electrical. Make sure the vehicle did not attract any unwelcome attention. Alright, there's the 4 steel counters. We got 2 sinks. Now this wall is just going to be sinks. I'm not going to have open counters. 1, because, well, you're not going to be able to see them. And 2, because the, whatchamacallit, the vanity area is already kind of set aside as the, you know, the salon area. So I'm just going to take the sink, which I surprisingly successfully picked up, and the paper towel dispenser, which I already think I have one, but now I have 2. There's 3 sinks. There should be a 4th, I think, too. Or is that all there is here? I think that's all there is. In here is going to be just a standing sink. Okay. Here's the actual hair salon, so this should have some sinks in it. Right? Maybe, theoretically. At least 1? Or did I already take it? I might have already taken it. So much for that. The restaurant ought to have 1. Hello. I'm going to need to be careful in this area because there's probably some from behind and from outside. Multiple angles. You know what? Who just came in? Yeah, I'm going to go around and fight from the other side. Multiple right there. Many multiple. I need to be checking my 6 periodically here, because I have not cleared the other side. Alright, looks okay. Split this group up. Alright, circling around for a perimeter check on this side. We got these doofuses here, and then I'm pretty sure there's going to be one on the wall there. Come on. Get out of the road. Right this way. What glasses are those? Retro gold-framed prescription. Okay. It's not going to fit my current aesthetic, but if I wanted to put together a Harry Potter kit, that would be the glasses I'd wear for it. So I'll put those in my collection. All right, checking the sidewall here. Oh, that looks clear. See, I heard a glass breaking. That told me that I feel like there should be one from this side, but maybe not. I'm gonna come into the kitchen from behind, because I think that's where we've got some losers showing up. And also we've got these guys that I did not finish the group off. The rest of this group. Just this guy. It's thirsty, you girl drink. Alright, so the ones that are pounding the door in the kitchen probably came in from this side. So this is the side we'll hit them from. Right? Huh. Okay. I would have thought that anybody left inside would have come from outside, but I guess not in this case. Okay. So, all I really want is the sink here. See if I get a success or a failure. 3 successes in a row, so I'm feeling like this is going to be... Yep, called it. Fucking called it. Okay. Now, if I wanted to be lazy, I could just pick up one of these, because it matches. You know what? I'm going to be lazy. It's not like... You're not going to be able to see the sinks on this wall very clearly anyway, so... Have that there, and then we're done out here for now. This means I'm going to have an extra steel cabinet. I suppose that's okay. Worse things have happened. I'm going to return to my base from the north road so that I can sweep for any zombies up here. It's been a little while since I've taken the north road slowly. Okay, looking alright. Need to find a slightly better parking spot for this. Actually, I mean, to be honest, parking for my base in the front kind of needs a bit of a rework, but we'll get to that. Alright, so what I'm going to try to do is put down the dispenser first. And then see if I can put the sink in front of it. Wait a minute. Okay. So maybe I should put the... I think I should put the sink first. Because if we look at this, I can put the dispenser on top of the sink on that side. So I'm going to put the sink first. See, I got to be very careful when I'm putting things on the walls. Because some things you put on the walls, when it's plastered walls you've built yourself, sometimes things you put there cannot be picked up again. Okay. Okay. Looking good. Looking good. I think I'll put one of the fluorescent lights on the wall inside of the toilet and shower area here. Now, I don't really like how small of a surface area those things light up. It's really small. I don't like how small that surface area is. Because, I mean, it's compelling me to want to put another one in. Or perhaps I could do a double one. Now, can I pick them back up? I think I can. Yeah, okay. Now, I cannot put them over top the showers, so that's a significant thing. I could put them on this side. If I put them on this side, that's not too awful bad. I've got to go find the double ones. There is a set of double fluorescent lights. Double wide, rather. But I have no idea what I did with them because I have a lot of different furniture boxes here. A couple of spare wall clocks that I can put in here. Well, here's a question. I'm pretty sure the answer is no, but it's worth finding out. Can I put an oxygen tank into a clothing storage? The reason I ask that is because oxygen tanks count as accessories. Damn, okay. So the funny thing is, you can put an oxygen tank if it's inside of an SCBA. You can put the SCBA in there, but yeah, that's not an option right now. Over here, all I have is seating and pianos, and 2 spare pianos. I need to get rid of those. In fact, I can get rid of them now. I just need to empty some inventory space so that I can actually pick them up, and then I can actually put them in the garbage bins that I recently picked up. Yeah, I put posters over here, so there is some stuff that made its way on this side. What about in here? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay. See, furniture makes its way into the strangest of places sometimes. Including here. But that makes sense, at least because that's a mahogany counter. Okay, so all of my spare carpeting is now in this one. And I can move this window over here with the other one. Right? I'm not making it easy on myself here. Okay, that makes more sense. So we've got nails and steel bars in the middle there, and then at the top we've got mostly furniture. Several spare windows, and then, okay. Those bags are all welding materials. What did I leave in this secondary? Bunch of planks, okay. Now, there's also the matter of these bags here. I've been meaning to put these away for a while now. Funny thing about backpacks, like school backpacks, these have the highest encumbrance reduction of anything else that I've noticed. Is that particularly important? Not really, but it is an interesting thing to note. Because you see these military backpacks have an encumbrance reduction of 85. Oh, I lied. I actually thought the backpacks, the small ones, had encumbrance reduction of 90. But no, they don't. Okay, never mind. Did an oopsie. Maybe that used to be the case, but it no longer is. Once again, coming down the home stretch on free space on this side here. That's okay, though. Everything else in here is either jewelry or tailoring, I think. Jewelry is now full, thanks to the stupid oxygen tanks. These waistcoats can go into the laundry. As much as I would like to put the leather strips into the laundry, I have to wash those by hand. I really wish I could make like a stack of bundles. A bundle of bundles, as it were. Respirator filters into the collection here. Some of them are much better condition than others. I can't combine them, can I? That would be nice, but I can't. Somehow we are actually almost full in our first aid box, just with nothing but first aid materials. That's and a lot of it is these alcohol wipes, which I'm going to combine together. the consolidate all function doesn't really seem to work properly, in my opinion. I'm going to remove the bandages from my backpack because I don't want them to accidentally get consolidated into boxes. Everything else I'm going to start consolidating over here. Box of suture needles times 2. Is that it? Yeah, okay. And I'm not carrying around a suture needle. I need to fix that. At least one. Okay, that's been fixed. Is there anything I can lose here? Oh, you know what? I could probably... can I swap a hacksaw for a small saw? I'm going to try it. I don't know if it'll work, but I'm going to try it. See, the reason I'm thinking about that is because the small hacksaw, obviously, it's smaller. Easier to carry around. But can it do all of the tasks? For anybody joining, we are doing a little bit of sorting stuff, and then I think I'm clear to start preparing for a Muldraugh expedition. But at the moment, the particular thing I'm doing is I'm checking to see if I can get away with using just a small saw in my field kit. But the saw needs to do wood cutting, most importantly. So I'm going to pick up this log here and check to see if the game is going to let me saw the log, and it can't. Okay, so I cannot get away with a small saw, unfortunately. That's really silly, because I would have loved to get away with just a small saw. But no, I need to carry around a hacksaw. Because a hacksaw can basically do everything. It can do, it can cut wood, and it can cut metal, too. In fact, if I'm going to carry around a hacksaw, I don't think I need to carry around the pliers. Because I carry around the pliers for the jewelry scrapping. Yeah. Oh, it'll let me do medical shears with those? Amazing. Okay, never mind. I don't need to be carrying around either of those. I also don't need the exit sign to be on right now. That is just a decoration. It doesn't need to be powered. Okay, so the pliers and the small hacksaw can both go. And then just replace it with a regular hacksaw. Or even just a regular wood saw. Yeah, because I can use the medical shears for... Brilliant. The medical shears I carry around for tailoring. But apparently now I'm carrying them around for tailoring and jewelry scrapping. Fantastic. Okay, that leaves me with 0.4 space in my Alice kit. For anybody joining, I'm just doing some brief updates to my field kit, which is my Alice kit here. This is basically whatever I carry with me at all times. I have 0.4 encumbrance now. 0.2 of that needs to go to these bandages. But then that leaves me with another 0.2. Caffeine. Yeah, I'll take caffeine tablets. I have a collection here. I can consolidate these two into one. And now I have caffeine tablets to carry around with me in the field. Yeah, okay. Now, of course, caffeine tablets are really just a It's really just the player saying, oops, I forgot to plan properly, and I got tired unexpectedly. Alright, so here's my jewelry bin. That gets those. Poncho the dog. I can go to my bedroom. I have a collection of stuffed animals to sleep with, because why not? Now I have some random stuff to get rid of here. Consolidate them all over here. This log, I just really just picked it up for testing purposes. I'll leave it here for now. Alright, that backpack is done. This one, I want to get rid of the kitchen knife, the scissors, and the safety scissors. I think I can smelt all of those. The buckle goes in there for armor working, and then everything else is food and electrical. This oatmeal cookie goes into the sweets. Sort of the choco cakes. Instant popcorn and bouillon into small form food. Matchbook into the fire starters. And then canned chili all the way into the canned foods over here. Periodically checking to see if I can make a... Yeah, I can pack some of these canned foods into a box. Whenever you have 6 of any type of canned food, you can pack it into a box. I guess my live narration is not very interesting, because yeah, I don't get a lot of live viewers sticking around for it. It's alright. I do try to make what I'm doing interesting, but if I can't, then I can't. Okay, everything else goes on the other side. Buckles. Yeah. That was the one mistake I've made in my base design, is not having a clean path from here all the way down through the center here. It was just a small failure of planning. Should have put my metalworking forge at maybe a different angle. I don't know. It's really hard to get it right. Everything else here is electronics. For anybody joining, we are putting away some stuff, getting ready for an expedition to Muldraugh. Just a book, and then of course more oxygen tanks. In fact, that's going to be my last activity tonight. I'm going to make a new home for these oxygen tanks, because I have a lot of them. Let's get our girl some food here. And refill her water. I picked up some cookware here. A couple of chef hats. Those can go into the gear over here. I picked up some retro gold frame prescription glasses. You know what? I'm gonna put those on my mannequin who's showing off my desert camo set here. See, I don't know. That's not actually a very good match, unfortunately. It's kind of hard to see. They are kind of renders at a low resolution on the mannequin. I'll put them on here so you can see what I'm talking about. See that it looks like it would make a good set of glasses for like a Harry Potter cosplay or something like that. I'm gonna go ahead and put them in the yellows here. And the Spitho's hat goes in the browns / oranges, and then the chef hat goes into the whites / grays. I may have to split the whites and the grays at some point here. Believe it or not, despite all of this storage, I'm actually running out of room. My last task tonight is going to be to go upstairs and build some storage for the all the oxygen tanks I picked up, because I have picked up a lot of them, way more than I thought I would. Clean up some of this stuff in my inventory. This knife can get dismantled so that I can scrap it for steel. And another small backpack for the small backpack container. See, I don't even know if this will be the final resting place of these crates that I'm about to build. However, if it's not the final resting place, I can just move them. Alright, I stored a lot of oxygen tanks in here, and in here. Now the rest are in these scattered bags here. Still couldn't quite get them all in one go. That's alright, I suppose. Alright, this generator here is for the work lights. I'm going to cut that off, take a sleep for tonight, and continue that as my overnight activity. Okay, that is all of the oxygen tanks picked up. had a feeling I was forgetting something back here. That would be my steel counter, which I have a spare of, so I'll just leave it inside this steel counter. I have no idea what I could have possibly done with those other two fluorescent lights. There's a possibility I left them in Ekron, but that seems a little far-fetched. What about random boxes over here? In the corner. See, sometimes I'll stick things into a box, quote-unquote, temporarily, and then forget about them. These two flags need to come out of here so that I stop forgetting about them. Okay, so now I can put all that spare furniture over here in this corner so that all my spare furniture is sort of in the same place. Alright, bags, containers, camping, fishing. That is sufficiently narrowed down. This is still sort of a throwaway box. Mostly duplicates. All three of these furniture boxes are completely full. For anybody joining, we're just doing a little bit of overnight organizing. Tomorrow we are going to prep and get out of here for an expedition to Muldraugh. Storing some posters over here too. And then in this corner, I've got a little bit of furniture, but this is all related to the conservatory area. So I can put these whistles here. They're technically musical instruments. See, this is the conservatory. It's, you know, got all of my instrument collection. It's a start. It needs work. It's got some cooking stuff here. And some water containers here. And then just a couple more furniture items that didn't quite make the cut, so I'm going to put them, see if there's enough room in this cabinet here. I think I can just manage. Yeah, okay. Whew, that's a tight fit, but we got it all sorted. Have a drink of milk, cut the lights, and we are going to sleep. As a restless sleeper, I now must go to sleep for the second time tonight. It is January 7th today. We have survived for 6 months, 2 days, and 6 hours. So as preparation for this expedition, I'm going to take all of the cups of cow's milk that I currently have, as well as these empty ones I'm going to refill straight from the udder. Oh, I knew I had more furniture. Okay. This is a garbage bag full of dark gray carpeting. I don't think I have room for it in this corner anymore. Not a chance. Damn. I have too much furniture. I suppose I can put it in here for now. This is supposed to be a storage for just CDs, but it is branched out a little bit. Okay. There's my videotapes. Backpack into the backpack bin. Alright, let's go milk some cows into this fountain cup set. Alright, so we have a total of 56 cups of cow's milk. I separate the milk into cups because one cup is 15 hunger. That shuts up the hunger debuff. So basically that is 5 is equal to 1 day worth of food, quote-unquote food. It's not going to help me put on weight, but it'll help me keep the hunger shut up. So it's basically 11 days of keeping the hunger shut up. Do I have a large container of cow's milk? This one is empty. It's full. I think, yeah, this gas can has some in it. I've been meaning to get rid of my gas cans full of milk. This one only has 1.7 liters left. So I'm just going to fill that into a 2-liter bottle here. Now, whenever I drink a large amount of cow's milk like this is almost 2 liters I'm drinking here, that actually is a great way to keep up my proteins. So that has taken care of my proteins for now. I'm going to go ahead and fill up the rest of my 2-liter collection, which I got 6 of them here. Go ahead and fill all those up, and bring those with me so that when I get low in proteins while I'm out in the field, I just drink them. Okay. One of my bulls is a weaned juvenile. It's not going to attack my other bull yet, but as soon as it becomes an adolescent, they're going to start killing each other. So I actually need to kill my Holstein bull now. I'm going to do that after I milk into these 2 liters here. Okay, that's 6 2 liters of cow's milk. Now, in order to kill my bull, I'm going to have to remove him from the pen and take him a little ways out. You don't want to kill them in front of the other animals. That will drive them nuts. So I'm just going to grab a piece of rope here. And I'm going to go grab my animal trailer. For anybody joining, we are currently doing some preparation before we head out on an expedition to Muldraugh. Preparation is going to entail getting rid of one of our bulls, because otherwise we'll probably come back from Muldraugh and have 2 adult bulls in the same pen, which means they'll be killing each other, and we don't want that. I'm using this sports car here as a towing vehicle. 500 horsepower engine, why not? Okay. Now I just got to grab the bull by the horns. Bring him right this way, toss him into the trailer. Ah, wrong window. It's my kingdom to be able to pin windows. Add animal. Mr. Apollo. Look at that. Okay. So, this is a really stupid glitch with the animal trailers. Sometimes, if you haven't used a trailer in a long time, and you put an animal in it, the animal shows up dead for no reason. Now, in this particular instance, that's okay, because I was going to kill this bull anyway. But, also, damn it. That's stupid. It shouldn't be happening. I mean, no, I'm not upset that I didn't get to kill him myself. That's not the problem. The problem is, it's messed with him a little bit. And now, I'm going to use this over here, this area, as my butchering zone, because it's sufficiently far away from the other animals. I'm going to need a 2 planks and 2 nails to build a butcher hook. Actually, you know what? This is going to be perfect. This is going to be perfect for my Muldraugh expedition, because I'm going to need to, I want to build a origin furnace once I'm down there. And I can do that if I have the infrastructure. Part of the infrastructure is going to need to be a, I'll need to bring some leather with me. Otherwise, I won't be able to build the necessary components once I get down there. So what is the infrastructure that I'll need? It comprises, well, first I just need some leather. To make leather, gotta have a tanning rack, softening beam, and a fleshing tool in front of the softening beam. Okay. Now I just go upstairs, grab the got a couple of planks here. I keep forgetting I installed this door here specifically to be an entrance to the med bay and to get to the roof easier. Okay. I'm going to move this road cone over here. It's just a cosmetic thing, really. So is the cement mixer. It doesn't really do anything functional. Okay. Butcher hook. Installed. Now, actually, to be honest, I am doing this in the wrong order. The drying racks need to be on that side. The scutching board needs to be right next to the, right next to the butcher hook. So we got butcher hook. That's the first thing, obviously. You put the animal up on the hook. You butcher it out to get the parts. And then the next part, or the next stage, is to scutch and fur, or yeah, to flesh and fur the leather at the scutching board, and then the tanning barrel to tan the leather, and then a large drying rack to dry it after you've tanned it. So, took care of all that. Put this rope into the trailer here. I've already got rope in the trailer. Go figure. Alright, so here's our stupid bull. He already died because of the glitch. But since we were going to kill him anyway, that's okay-ish. Let's just pick him up and toss him up on the butcher rack here. Now, actually, what I'm going to do before I deal with him is I'm also going to go, I'm going to build a couple of crates, because I need to have storage for all of the parts that I pull off of him You know, aside from the flesh and the, whatchamacallit. So I'm just going to store the animal trailer back over here. And then I need a couple of planks to build some crates to store the extra bones and whatnot. I don't actually need that. I just need to go upstairs. I have a third crate up here that I'm not using. I built 3 because I didn't know how many I would need for all the oxygen tanks, but 2 was enough. Alright. So I got that there now. There's our butcher hook. We are going to go ahead and bleed it first. I don't really care about capturing the blood. Just bleeding it is just for the sake of leveling my butchery. Which I have read a book on, so I actually should be able to get a level of butchery from this. Probably even more than 1 level. Right, got his leather. And now I got his meat. There's a level of butchery right there. And his skeleton is now on the ground. Just gonna pick up that, pick up his bones. Toss him in here. Now the skull I'm gonna hold on to because that's a piece of memorabilia. That is one of my good bulls. I'll remember him. Now what I need next is a bowl. I'm gonna need to get a couple of bowls actually. Get a couple of bowls and I'm gonna put them. This is an opportunity to fire up the clay bowls I have over here. I have some unfired clay bowls that I sculpted for pottery. Would you look at that? I don't have a lighter on me. That is a failure. Why do I not have a lighter on me? Huh. Well, I suppose I could fix that. I can't fire any clay bowls without a lighter, so I'm just gonna put those back for now. I'll just go get some regular bowls. I have plenty of them. Almost, I would say, too many of them. So there's 3, that should be fine. I'll put this Butch's skull over here. He shall watch over my sweets cabinet forevermore. Now I'm going to fill these 3 bowls with water. Put 2 of them away because I only need 1 right now. And I'm going to use his brain to make a bowl of brain tan. So now we got a bowl of brain tan, and we got his leather in our backpack. Step up to the scutcheon board here, with the softening beam, as it were. Remove the flesh. Remove the fur. Now we're going to go to the tanning barrel here. And we're going to tan it with the bowl of brain tan we just made. Now we got an empty bowl. I'm going to put that on this crate so that it fills up with rainwater. And the large leather that is now tanned, crude, and wet. Step on over to large leather drying rack and dry that bad boy. And now I've got a large leather that is tanned and crude. I want to build a, the reason I'm going to use this now, well not now, but soon, is that I want to build a, forge and furnace down at Muldraugh when I get there and I establish my base. So I'm going to take this hunting knife, and I'm going to put together a... I'm gonna cut the leather in half. So now I have 2 medium leathers, and those can just go straight into my backpack. Now I've also got some beef and some steak from that bull that I butchered. So I'm going to toss that into the fridge. And I'm also going to thaw these eggs and cabbage. And I'll even thaw these potatoes. I'm going to use all those in a... in fact, I'm going to put them in my backpack so that they thaw a little faster. I'm going to use all of these items that I just described in a some stuff that I'm going to cook before I head out. Now, something I'm going to bring with me, because I don't know whether I'm going to have any when I get to my destination, which is Mass Gen Fatco. There's going to be a lot of stuff there, but I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to find any mason's tools while I'm down there. So I've already got a chisel and a club hammer in my field weapons, I believe. Let me double check that. Yeah, mason's chisel and club hammer already in my field kit, my field weapons. So that just means I need a, let's check the build requirements. For an advanced forge, I need a bucket of clay cement, blacksmith anvil, log and large bellows, and a wooden bucket. I'm going to go ahead and put these together now. Except for the large bellows. I can put those together when I get down there. Yeah, because this is all stuff that I'm going to find all these, like planks, nails, medium handles. I'm going to find those down there, so I don't need to worry about making them now. Like, those are basically guaranteed to be found down there. So that is not a problem. What is not guaranteed to be found down there is a mason's trowel. So I'm going to take one of those with me. And I'm going to go ahead and build, or I'm going to get the materials for the large buckets. Because I need a wooden bucket. And that is something that has unique requirements that I'm probably not going to find, or I'm not guaranteed to find. So for that I need some wire. I'm going to find wire down there. But iron bands. 2 small iron bands. I need those. Oops. Oops. I need a... Do I have an iron bar here? I have an iron bar half. I'm going to saw that iron bar half into... I can't saw it. I can cut it, though. I'm going to cut it at the forge. It's a bit of an oversight. So now I have 2 iron bar quarters. I'm going to forge those into 2 iron bands. Okay, everything else can be locally sourced once I'm down there. Now the the blacksmith anvil is going to be another sticking point. If only because I need to make a large ceramic crucible and fill it with iron. And then I need a ceramic blacksmith anvil mold, which I should already have I have a wood mold here, I just need to press it and then fire it. Alright, you know what? I will go ahead and get rid of one of my bandages and replace it with a lighter. Then I can fire up this anvil. I need charcoal for that, so I stand over here. Alright, so I got a ceramic blacksmith anvil mold. I'm just going to need 2 large crucibles, because this actually is not going to be enough here, so I'm going to need to make 2 more crucibles. Sculpt. There's a small one. I'm going to do 2 large and 1 small. And then fire them. Okay, I now have the crucibles, the anvil mold, and the iron bands. I'm going to source all the iron locally when I get down there, because I'm going to have a lot of iron in the facility I'm going to set up at base in, so that's all that. There's the mason trowel. One thing that I know I'm going to need that I'm probably not going to be able to locally source is a bucket of clay cement. 1 should be enough. Also, I want... Well, let's make the clay cement first. Alright, got a bucket of clay cement. Put this empty sack into the crate. Now I'm going to bring 20 clay with me, because that will be enough to make a kiln down there at... I can make my own kiln down there as well. I don't think I'll actually need the kiln, but just in case. It will be good to have it. Okay. This is my field kit that I keep in my vehicle. I don't need pliers anymore, because I'm going to carry around medical shears. Those take that place, okay. Don't need... The antidepressants and beta blockers are fine. If there's anything that's 0.02 that I can get rid of, you know what? Go ahead and get rid of the beta blockers. The antidepressants is all I really need, because I want to be able to fit 10 garbage bags in here. So I'll put all these back. The beta blockers, all they do is reduce panic. The only reason I would need to reduce panic is if I was trying to shoot a large quantity of zombies at once, which is not something I'm trying to do. I do have firearms, and I'm going to bring some spare magazines for those firearms, but I'm not going to go nuts with shooting large groups. That is not going to be necessary. since I'm going to have loose rounds no matter what at this point. Open 3 boxes of 9mm and get those loaded up into magazines. Girl's getting real thirsty here. I'm gonna go ahead and feed her, assuming that all of the stuff I've pulled out of the freezer has thawed. It has. So we're gonna feed her first and then get to work with some magazine filling. So I'm going to make a nice roast with beef, steak, potato, cabbage, hey, Bloody. No, nothing too crazy happened last time. And Spiffy, this is build 42. I don't know where you got the idea that this was build 40. Oh, he's just trolling, never mind. 2 eggs. 2 eggs, that's what I'm doing, 2 eggs. All we really did for most of last stream, which is 14 hours total, is we just decorated the base for the most part. Okay, that's nice. That's a nice roast right there. Make another one of those. Beef, steak, potato, cabbage, and 2 eggs. Hello, Riot. Good evening. We are currently cooking some food in preparation for a large expedition out to Muldraugh. And when I say large, I mean quite substantial, because we're going to be building our own forge once we're out there. 1, 2. See, this is where the there was a mod in B41 that I always rolled that gave you recipes that you could make your own custom food items just by following a recipe. That would be amazing to have right now, but I'm keeping this this particular playthrough as lightweight on mods as possible. All right, we got one more egg goes in there. So far, that is 5 of these roasts. We've got materials for a few more. I'm using a pan because the pan is probably the most lightweight way to carry 6 food items in a evolved recipe. You can use a pot to make a stew instead of a roast, but the stew is going to be heavier, going to weigh more because of the water. 1 and 2. Because, see, I can already fit 6, and the oven is only just past the halfway point in terms of being full. So we're now out of steak. So I'll just put 2 servings of beef. All this beef we got because we ended up having to butcher one of our cows. Yeah, I'm sure the imaginary NPCs have done a lovely job on Louisville. I beat them to the rest of the map, but Louisville is couldn't make it there. I think I can fit just one more in there. Not 100% sure on that. Yeah, nice. How does DayZ play with all of that? Is it a good match? Because some games definitely don't benefit from the addition of Project Zomboid features, but some of them come out nice. Yeah, this is probably not going to fit. That's alright. I'm making a second series then. I'm trying to use up all my perishables is what I'm trying to do. I can just do 2 of each then. Hello. Ah, there it is. Okay. So just 2 potatoes, 2 cabbage, and 2 egg. Use frying pans for the rest of these. Hey, see, there's another thing that I've been doing is just every time I add an ingredient, a little bit more cooking experience. Alright, this last cabbage, I'm just going to straight up eat it. Now that leaves me with 2 uncooked eggs, which is alright. I'll just straight up boil those. So while I've started the oven here, I'm also going to fill up these magazines with bullets. Eggs are done. Remove those. I need to insert a magazine from this stack that I just loaded. That's both of my firearms are full of magazine now. Let's go ahead and insert bullets in the rest of them. Okay, got all these roasts done. So now I put the rest of my roasts and stir fries. Cook those. And I am hungry enough to just straight up eat one of these roasts. Small one, I think. Yeah. I'll go ahead and eat the small one here. All the rest of my roasts, I'm going to put them in the freezer to freeze before I leave. So overnight they'll be frozen, and then tomorrow morning they'll freeze overnight. Tomorrow morning they will be frozen, and then it'll be easier to transport them while they're frozen. When I get down to Muldraugh, I will simply turn on the generator, a generator down there. I have a book to... I should have finished this book before I started doing all that reloading. So I'm reading the third reloading book here. Alright, so there's all of my cooking done for the day. Put all the cooked stuff into the freezer. Tell you what, I don't care about these egg cartons anymore. Looks like I can no longer fit everything into the freezer. The freezer is just that stuffed now. So in this, if you're talking about this character, I've already done several characters. I'm basically going to keep going until they release another B42 build. So whenever that happens, that's when I'll start a new character. Depending, there's a couple of factors that might result in me continuing this character instead. It mostly depends on what they change in the update. So basically, after the next update drops, 42.11, whatever, I will evaluate what it looks like and see what the patch notes look like. Now, if the patch notes are minimal, I'll just continue this character. Now, if the patch notes have added substantial changes to the way the map works and the way things are going to play out, then I will probably start a new character. So it's kind of TBA, really. I'm gonna continue this save until my assessment becomes that it's no longer viable, if that makes sense. Let's see. I have to step away briefly here. Probably less than 2 minutes, most likely. So I'm going to sit down and read a book really quick, and then it should probably be 2200 by the time I get back. Then I'll sleep, wake up and sleep again, and then I will head out to Muldraugh afterwards. So I will catch you guys in a minute or two here. Where's my note? There you are. Okay, you're back. Oh yeah, I am. You know what? Muldraugh is somewhat cursed because that's where Barb met her demise. Barb the Builder. I'm sincerely hoping that I don't run into that problem this time. That being said, that actually reminded me of something. I need to make some spears because Muldraugh is a great place to level your spears. Unfortunately, I don't have the recipe. Okay. I never learned the recipe despite being metalworking level 10. Um, Alright. Are there any... is there anything I can research? Doesn't look like it. What if I make a spear? I'm going to make a spear with a hunting knife. And I'm going to see if I can research that to learn how to make a better spear. So I'm making a spear by attaching one of my hunting knives. One of my hunting knives to the head. Now, will the game let me research this? No, it won't. Okay. Well, it was worth a try, I suppose. I do use maces as my primary. Short blunt is pretty much always going to be my primary. One of the reasons that I want to have spears when I go to Muldraugh is that the new version of Muldraugh has tons and tons of chain link fences. And chain link fences, you can use either knives or spears to poke through. Spears are much better than knives. So, and when it just in terms of poke through. So I do kind of want to have spears when I go down to Muldraugh, but it looks like I'm going to have to. I mean, a spear with a hunting knife on it really is not bad. I'll probably hold on to that instead of just breaking it back down. Because, I mean, you know, I can always make more hunting knives once I get my metalworking infrastructure up and running down in Muldraugh. So, have a bite of egg for tonight here. I got a cooked egg. Yes, they do. 100%. That is actually not a bad idea at all, because it shouldn't take me too much effort to make a few more spears. I would just need a couple of saplings cut down into a long stick, and then a couple of small handles to turn into to make the hunting knives that I'm gonna put as the points. Now, I am maintenance level 10. That has an influence, but since I'm starting out at level 0 with spears, yeah, there will be a fair bit of breakage before it becomes super viable. Forge hunting knife blade. I think I have, yeah, I can make 3 of those easily enough. By the time I'm finished making these, it should be past my bedtime, so I'm going to go ahead and cut the power and sleep, and then as my midnight activity, I'll finish up these couple of spare spears. Maybe just by leveling up my spears, I will unlock the recipe for better spearheads. Maybe, I don't know. Just pure speculation on my part. I don't remember how I unlocked it last time. I genuinely don't remember. The closest thing we can get to metal spears is a proper spearhead attached to a wooden handle. Now, actually, as far as I recall, I do think that a metal handle on a spear is not as good as a wooden handle. Just like because the metal doesn't flex the way wood does. I have no idea. I would have to ask my buddy about that. Actually, I'm going to ask him now because he's in my Discord over here. Yeah, no, that is 100% a possibility of something that could happen. All right, let's carve 3 long sticks from these saplings, and then I need to carve a few small handles. From that, I can just do a tree branch. Nobody on this planet is immune to spacing out while looking at the UI. One of the only reasons that I'm able to catch myself before zombies get to me most of the time is just thanks to the auditory reflexes. Hearing a zombie just mouth breathing from 20 tiles out is a lovely skill that can save your life very easily. All right, carve this branch into some small handles, and then we can assemble 3 hunting knives. And then from that, we can turn around and assemble 3 spears. Oh, before I do that, I should probably sharpen the knives I just made. Bind spearhead with wire. Hunting knife. And hunting knife. And hunting knife. That gives us a total of 4 spears with hunting knife on them. So we have a few backups for when these break. And give the girl some water here. Yeah. Oh no, this is outside of the spawning grid. That is exactly why I built it. So that there's 0 chance of when I go on this Muldraugh expedition and come back a couple of weeks later, there's a 0 chance of zombies being inside the base. Now, that might be right in front of it, but I can deal with that if and when it happens. Alright, we are reading until 4. And she's hungry, so we'll feed her an egg real quick. And cut the power to the lights and hit the sack. Ooh, okay, so take a look at my buddy Geth and my buddy Panaka. Panaka's the spear expert, but yeah, he said we are wood. Geth says that wood is superior handles for a spear because of the weight constraints. And oh, okay, so you'd have a wooden haft and then maybe some metal reinforcing on the exterior. Beskar spear. No idea what that is. I haven't seen Mandalorian, but apparently it's pretty good. Okay, so what we are doing now is we are I've already cut the power. I'm not going to turn it back on anymore. I need to cut the power to the fridge because right now I have the fridge on a separate generator from the rest of the lights. That is why I keep going upstairs and use that other generator to turn all the lights off, because the fridge has its own dedicated generator now. That it's going to spare me gas in the long term because it's going to result in it being much easier to turn the lights off and on. So I'm taking all of the perishables with me. I'm going to need a second backpack for that. So I'm putting perishables into my second backpack. Assuming I have room. It's going to be close. Yes, I have room. Excellent. Okay, these jars can stay in here, because it's fine if jars go without being refrigerated for a while. Yeah, no, that is, that's, the devs do that because they don't want to, or they want to, and I quote on this, I believe there is a dev quote, they want to disincentivize multiplayer people from, pulling apart all the wooden furniture in houses. I don't know why, but that's what I read. Alright, generator is refueled, ready to be turned back on when I need it. The frozen food is in my offhand bag. Animals have food and water for months. I'm just going to visit the hen house and pick up the eggs before I leave. That has given me enough eggs to, I'm gonna make a couple more dozens of eggs here. Put eggs in carton. And backpack those. And we are out of here. We should have everything we need for quite a while here. Just need to double check my field kit. My field kit has a spare mace, a spare sword, spare hunting knife, wood axe, pickaxe, mace and chisel, clubhammer, crowbar, and a full kit of armor, and an entrenching tool. And then everything in the trailer back here is stuff that will be emptied once I get to the base. Actually, speaking of stuff that when I get to the base, I'm going to take this generator with me because I cannot remember. I don't think I actually left a generator in Muldraugh for myself. I think one of these premium generators here is a generator that I stole from Muldraugh. So I don't have room for it in there. What about now? Now I do. Excellent. Okay, the trailer has everything I need in it. I'm going to put my spare weapons in the trunk. And then I'm going to make a stop at the gas station to fill up a spare can of gas. So it depends on what you mean by leather pants, because there's actually a couple definitions of leather pants. The player can craft their own leather pants. As far as I'm aware, the stats on the crafted leather pants are inferior to the kind that you can find extremely rarely on biker zombies. So I think the leather pants I'm currently wearing are some of the best you'll ever find in the game in terms of protection without much of a commensurate discomfort or movement trade-off. Because there's no discomfort trade-off, and there's pretty much no movement speed trade-off. I mean, nothing more than you would find on jeans. So... gasoline can in the trunk. Off with the generator here. And we are out of here. Yeah, so crop diseases do still work the same. I just didn't do the one tile spread because I'm lazy. In theory, keeping a one tile separation between every crop plot is the best way to do it. I'm just lazy. I don't bother with that. If some of my crops get diseases, I just kill the one with diseases. And if it spreads, I just kill the ones around it. Because most of what I plant, I'm planting tons of it. So I'm kind of taking a broad brush approach. Once I get just a little bit more agriculture skill, I'll be able to actually diagnose what the diseases are and get rid of them. Right now, at agriculture level 1.5, I can't even diagnose the problem. So I just kill them if they are wilting. All right, we are on the road to Muldraugh. Now, there is a rather direct way to get to Muldraugh from Riverside, but in my initial tour of the map, I didn't take that route. So we are going to be, technically speaking, we're going to be going into unexplored territory on the way to Muldraugh. Keep the crops diagonally collected? I don't know. I've never actually tried, because what I like to do is rows. So I've never actually had crops diagonal to each other that I can think of. I used to do like little 4 patches of strawberries, but those, as far as I recall, the strawberries never had any diseases, so I got lucky in that regard. TLDR, I have never seen them jump diagonally, but if I'm recalling right from what's on the wiki, you know, take it with a grain of salt, it hasn't been updated for a long time in certain pages. I think the wiki did indicate that it can spread diagonally, because the wiki showed a screenshot with an example of ideal crop placement, and there was a space in every direction, including diagonal. Since I'm building a custom base on the river, trying to separate all of my crops like that would cost a lot of space, and therefore a lot of materials, so I don't worry about that. I'll just kill them if they get sick. Purge the sick ones. Alright, so that was the roundabout that we just passed. Next we're going to come up on the, there's the railroad. We're going to take a turn by the railroad, and then there should be a T intersection, and I believe that T intersection, I'll double check the map, but I think that's where we do our turn. Here's the curve. That is not the one I'm looking for. It's after the curve. I'm considering this all one curve here until it goes back. And I think this is it. But let me double check the map. No. Not quite. Not quite. That would get me to West Point quicker. If I go all the way down to Railview Road here, where it goes in front of Phallus Lake, and then keep going, I think that will get me closer to Muldraugh. Because you see, the connecting road that I'm thinking of is this one right here, going north out of Muldraugh in this direction. So I can't actually remember. You know what? Since it's right in front of me, I'm going to get these cars out of my way. Or at least just this one. Oops, wrong button. Bad fingering. Alright, so this is not my turn. I'm going to take the turn at Phallus Lake and continue down from there. Yeah. The wiki of this game, to be entirely honest, some of the pages are really good just because they've come up with a system that automatically updates certain parts of the page just by reading the game files, which is exactly what I would do if I was running a wiki based on a game that's constantly getting updated. That said, there's certain things that you can't update programmatically that are pretty far out of date. So it's a mix of really good and just, stagnant. But yeah, like certain items, if you're looking for like things like what can be made with this item, or what is this? What ingredients are required to make this item? Those things are added programmatically to the wiki, so you can actually trust that those kind of things are up to date with all of the latest B42 patch. So this is Phallus Lake we're driving past here. We should have this should take us to a T intersection that'll be turning to the side at sort of a right side from my character's perspective. Southward turn from our perspective. And then I think from there, we continue until we're just like right above Muldraugh. And then we turn in that direction. Oh, hello. Shit. Yeah, no, the meta events are confusing sometimes. Eventually you get used to the sounds. And suppose there's any gas in this. That would be a negative. Same with this, okay. So in that case, I'll just leave the keys on the driver's seat. Oh, that's the thumbnail right there. That's the advertisement. This, I don't actually remember how I got the recipe, funnily enough, but it is... The prerequisite is metalworking level 9, and I'm currently level 10. I remember when I first got to level 9, I didn't have the recipe yet. But it was either getting to level 10 or a magazine that I read afterwards. I genuinely can't remember. Either one of those two things got me the recipe. But being level 10, I don't think levels are enough to unlock the recipe. Because I'm level 10, and I can't make the level 4... spearhead thing yet. I don't have the recipe for that. So there's definitely some magazine shenanigans going on there. There's a magazine for the long spearhead I just haven't found yet. So that's that we'll have plenty of chances to find those magazines when we get to Muldraugh. You know what? Let me check the map. I should have made that first turn. I should have made that first turn, because then I would have ended up here. Okay. I forgot exactly how these roads squiggle. Metalworking, you know what? It's good you asked that, because when we get down to Mass Gen Fatco, which is our destination, I'll show you what you got to do to build the forges. And once you have the forges, that's when you can once you actually have the forges, that's when you can start making things that actually get you metalworking experience. But yeah, I'm going to build a kiln, I'm going to build a forge and a furnace. The order of operations is you'll first need to build a kiln, then you can build a furnace, and then with stuff you make from the furnace you can build a forge. Well, actually, you need stuff from both the kiln and the furnace to make a forge. But I will, when we get to Muldraugh and set up there, I will explain that as it goes. Because I'm bringing all the materials that I need to do that with me. With the exception of a few things that I'm pretty much guaranteed to already have there. Because I'm going to set up in a warehouse down there. Yeah, no, that is a theoretical possibility. Now, that being said, magazines can theoretically be foraged from trash nodes. So even if every single magazine on the map is gone, you can still theoretically just generate them if you get extremely lucky with foraging. I would never want to rely on that. I would much rather have intact places to loot, which is why I do the gamey little map tour at the beginning of every run. And here it is. I believe this is the T intersection that will take us straight to Muldraugh. Or not. No, because the T intersection that'll take us straight there is going to be like somewhere in this area, somewhere right here. So we're not quite there yet, but I know we need to go. We need to go this direction. I know that much. Yeah, map is massive. And again, I think even at its peak, I think looted and trashed is still only a 50-50 chance. So even if you wait, you know, as long as humanly possible before doing expeditions to other cities, you'll still theoretically have a 1 in 2 chance for every place you come across to be not looted and trash. I think. I don't know. I've never risked it. I've always gone out and visited everything that I can possibly visit in the first 2 weeks of the game. Just to get ahead of that stupid bullshit. Because I don't like it. That mechanic never should have been added until NPCs were added. That is and I can actually say confidently that Reddit agrees with me on that. Reddit and Steam, which is, that's a unique thing right there. Reddit and Steam don't often agree on things. But every thread I've looked at on both platforms has said this doesn't really belong in the game until NPCs are in it. Otherwise, it's stupid. It's just disappearing loot. I don't know if the game's engine could handle all of Kentucky. Maybe. I mean, maybe it's, maybe it is a thing that they could do. Oh, look at that. I just narrowly missed all those stupid rabbits. I'm happy about it. I'm happy about it. If I had run into them, I would be very upset. I wouldn't say that I like mechanics, but the most I can say about it is at least there's a very clear path to leveling it up. That I can say is okay about it. It's not like welding in its current state. Welding and glassmaking both. There is not a clear path to leveling them. If you don't have certain magazines, you are not leveling them. Like, there's nothing you can fucking do now. I mean, okay, you can try to level welding by dismantling cars. Good luck. Good luck leveling welding with dismantling cars. Because that's one of the few things you can do now that they've removed barricades from welding. Barricades are behind a level 3 lockout now. So you can't do barricades with welding until you're level 3. So getting through the first 3 levels of welding, the only way I was able to do it, which, you know, I was able to do it pretty fast, is because I happened to find a magazine with the recipe to build metal floors. And you saw my base had tons of metal floors in it. Most of those were built just for the sake of leveling my metal, my welding. Without that magazine, I would not have been able to do it. Because, I mean, I don't think I've found enough burned or crashed cars on the map to dismantle just for the sake of getting welding experience, even with the books. It's absurd. But the devs are doing dev things. It's always a mix of good and bad with these people. It's never a bunch of good. Every good thing they add plenty of bad things to go with it. It's really, we play it for the ratios is what we do. Hello. Okay, here we are in Muldraugh. So I'm not worried about this intersection yet. I'm just going to go north to Maston Fatco, which is our base location for this area. Now, unlike Riverside, there is no place in this area that I would actually feel safe building a custom base, so I don't. I just set up shop in Maston Fatco, call it a field base, done with it. Okay, so Maston Fatco is up here to the right. Because I'm so close to it, everybody in this area needs to die. So I'm going to go ahead and get out and start killing people over here. And you can already see why I like spears. See the stupid chain link fence that they're just sitting there smacking it? I can go over there with a spear and poke them right through it. I'll be doing that in just a minute. Well, except for that guy, he got bored. Yeah. There are people who complain that they never found a generator magazine in all of Echo Creek, and I'm like, dude, it's Echo Creek. You're not going to find anything in Echo Creek. But people don't necessarily get that. They kind of think that all the cities are the same. They're not. Alright, my blade needs to sharpen, so I'm stepping back a little bit. Okay, clear. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and put the spear on my back. No, actually I'm not, because I don't have it on me. I don't need it. The guy who's thumping the fence is done with it. Yeah, the Rosewood's pretty good. Muldraugh is... I think Muldraugh is actually the hardest now. It used to be that West Point was the hardest, but I think Muldraugh is now. If you spawn in Muldraugh and you learn spears early on, you might have an okay time with it, but I don't know. I've never tried it, and I don't know if I ever will. Because I'd much rather have a slightly easier place to spawn in, which, you know, Riverside is definitively easier. And I would much rather spawn somewhere easier so that I can actually get a vehicle and start my map tour earlier on. I could foresee I can perceive myself spawning here in Muldraugh and just running into so many zombies that I would not be able to very easily get a vehicle within the first week. South clear, north, just these two. Right this way, folks. North. I got one north. I can't see it yet. It's going to come around the corner. I can hear it. There it is. Okay. Looks clear behind on that side. I want to say I'm confident in my prioritization, but yeah, I understand completely. I want to say that this area is now clear. Yeah, well, clear, quote-unquote. The north side of this area is clear. On the other side of this wooden fence here, there's going to be a lot of them, but I will worry about them after I've circled around to the north here. Now, inside of MassGen Fatco, there is already a fridge. So the only thing that I need to source locally that it's not going to have furniture-wise is a bed. Which, being carpentry level 10, very easy. I just stop by the nearest house. So all these guys up here to the north, I want to kill them first. So I just pull up a little ways, cut the engine, hop on out. See, I've already cleared this area once. You see the pants on the floor? Left, right. Yeah, 100% on the camera. 100% agree. Just pull both these guys across the street, kill them over here. We got some people out here who were lured by the engine. Right, sharpen check. Does not need to be sharpened. So, I'm expecting that in addition to this one zombie here, there's probably a few more inside these trees. I'm not going to go in there to fight them. I'm going to let them come out to fight me. And I'm going to go do that after I do another little circle around the perimeter here. Yeah, the grid is Yeah. You are correct about that. Who's emailing me right now? Huh. I got an email from Stardock Entertainment. Ooh, that's a classic right there. I used to play Galactic Civilizations long time ago. So they got my email from that, and they periodically email me with little adverts. I could have blocked them, but it's almost kind of funny to hear from them at this point, because they went down the rabbit hole of shoving AI into your games. Okay, this area, this is where I slept last time I was here. And that worked out pretty well for me, so I'm going to steal the bed from that area up there at some point here. Want to kill the rest of the zombies in this part, though. Still see the pants and the leather jackets on the floor from my last clear out of this area. Okay, I'm parking here. There is one to the north, and then there's still a couple in the forest to the left. Kill those guys. This way. Yeah. Floating point coordinate games. Much better. Even integer coordinate games are alright. Left, right. Left, right. Alright, I don't want to go into this forest. But I will run past it. Alright, you know what? Maybe there's a way around here. Okay, this is fine. I can see behind these trees, and it looks okay. This is a place where I've always had annoyances with the zombies spawning back here and showing up at my base eventually in the future. But that's looking all right. Blade needs a sharpen. And there is one to the south, I believe. At least one, possibly more. Now, you know what? What I'm going to do is head down here. You know what? It actually looks, quote-unquote looks all right down here. I mean, yeah, I got these zombies all the way down here. I'm not worried about them just yet. I just want the immediate area around my base cleared out. And it looks like it is, for the moment. I do expect there to be some people wandering up after I power the generator on, but there always are. So, time to reposition the vehicle. Never mind. I forgot just how crowded it is in there until you clean things up. That's fine. Yeah. Oh, well, actually, so coldness, it isn't an issue until you aren't wearing enough layers, and then once you're wearing enough layers, heat becomes more of an issue because you start getting too hot. So I got the generator in my hands. I'm bringing it upstairs. I hear a... Who do I hear? Inside or outside? I can't tell. That's got to be inside. I must have run right past a zombie. I put the generator here. I'm going to go ahead and connect it. There she is. Damn it, bitch, you're interrupting me. Hit her with the knife for that. Helen Creighton. Alright. She must have been inside. Never would have imagined that. But we got our generator connected and powered. Now we have 8 lights that are on. I need to turn 7 of them off, assuming that one is the floor lights. So Here's one. I'm going to leave the floor lights off for the moment, too. So there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Okay. That should do it for the lights. And now all that's on should be... Oh, you know what? I don't even know if that counts, but it's off now. So now there should be nothing but the generator itself and the fridge. Let's confirm that. Always know what is using power. Okay. Yeah, it is nothing but the fridge. So that means we know what... We know the power draw now. Always want to keep an eye on that. For anybody joining, we are in an expedition to Muldraugh, and we've just arrived. We've got our generator connected, and now I am turning on just the floor lights down here, so that I'm keeping it to a minimum as to what is using power from the generator. Now, you're at MassGen Fatco in Muldraugh. How do you organize this place? Look at this. This is a fucking mess. These boxes are all over the place. You can't even drive a vehicle in here easily. I have a system for organizing this place. I'll explain it once we get underway here. First, I want to get my perishables into the fridge. I believe the fridge is already empty, because I've been here before in the past, so I've already cleaned it out. My perishables should be in this backpack in the trunk, which is too heavy to pick up, because of course it is. How about now? Now I can pick it up. Okay, so I just have a bunch of stir fries and stuff that I cooked before I left my main base in Riverside. So we just toss most of those into the freezer, and the rest of them into the fridge. Oh, wait a minute, some of these need to go in the freezer. That was supposed to go in there. I'm holding on to this rabbit meat until I get low on proteins. Okay, there we go. The freezer is now full. Everything else goes into the fridge. I apologize that it sounds like I'm losing my voice. Okay. Have a drink of water, fix that. Nope, it doesn't, especially considering how full some of my storage is getting. Some of my storage units on the main base are getting very full. But before I work on a second floor, I do want to hit Muldraugh and see if there's a few more things that I can pick up. So I'm moving a couple things around here as a first order of business. I want this wall cleaned off, so I'm excoriating everything from these containers and then picking those containers up and putting them just out of the way. I'll stick them in the vending machine for the moment. Same deal with these plastic chairs. Just gonna stick them somewhere to get them out of the way. What does that weigh? 20? Ooh, black floral wallpaper. That's neat. So I'm going to pick up this crate, put it over here, and use it as storage for random crap. Until I find a better home for the stuff that's in there. Now, my character is constantly sweating right now, so I'm actually going to drop one of her layers. I'll toss her long johns and military jacket under the ground. That way she stops sweating like a pig. I sympathize greatly. I, too, would be sweating like a pig if I was constantly running back and forth in 54-degree weather. Picking up the couch and the table and tossing them in here as well. Get this crap out of the way. That box is already pretty much full. You know what? I'm gonna put this microwave in the fridge. It's out of the way. All right, and this table, I'm just going to move it around the corner here. Put it right next to the other table. That sounds good to me. I can't fit anything else in here right now. How about if I move that, I can put one chair in. Okay, now I'm going to get another crate for furniture. And put it over here. Oops, not that. This. Alright, and then move these chairs, because I don't need them yet. I'll find a home for them later. Alright. Now, I have the privilege of being able to make my own sledgehammers. So, of course, I have a sledgehammer in all of the vehicles that I primarily use, to include my van right out here. So I'm going to hop into that van and grab my sledgehammer, and we're going to take out a couple of walls and obstructions. Oh, I just talked some shit and I was wrong. I don't have my sledgehammer in this van, because the sledgehammer in this van, I removed it so that I could do some sledge work in my main base, and then I left it on the fucking floor. So I don't have a sledgehammer, so I can't take out some walls yet. We're gonna fix that. We're gonna build our own sledgehammer once we get our metalworking infrastructure up and running. So that just increases the priority of getting our metalworking infrastructure up and running. So before I can do that, I need room. I need to get a lot of room in this base. The fastest way to get yourself some room is to drop the contents of these crates on the floor and then move the crates themselves out of the way. Because all the contents that are on the floor, you can just drive over top of them. But you can't drive over the crates. So we're getting rid of the crates now. So there's another full crate of furniture. I'm just going to put these on the floor somewhere. Doesn't have to be perfect, just has to look, just has to be out of the way. All right. So I'll start on this side, just taking everything that's in these crates, with the exception of really lightweight stuff like the seeds. I'll take the seeds and do something with them. Everything else can go on the floor for now. And I'm going to leave just one row of crates along the wall. So these 5 crates, I can now move them. I would put it back there, but I don't know if I can reach that. No, I'm not going to bother with that. So I'm going to put this crate over here. Just because that's out of the way. Same deal over here, just pull everything out of these 4 crates. At some point I will have a crate of crates, as it were. But I'm waiting before I do that to have a good spot to put them. So I got 4 crates on me now. I'm just going to drop them all the way back here next to the stairs here, because this is far enough out of the way. So these 2 crates that are left over, this one is full of paint. Damn it. There we go. Drop all these on the ground. And drop all these on the ground. And just take these 2 crates and fill in those last 2 top spots here. And look at that. We got ourselves a nice orderly row of crates along this wall. and eventually I will designate those crates for various purposes. For the immediate moment, what I want to do is I'm going to run up the street, and I'm going to grab a bed. And I can put half of the bed into my backpack and carry the other half in my offhand. So I'm going to go ahead and just sprint the way up here. So this is Smoky's. It should still be clear. I'm not going to take that for fully granted, but I feel like it's going to be alright. So there's a bed in here. Shit, it's a large bed. Fuck. I thought it was a small bed for some reason. I think I can still carry it. Let's see if I can. So here's what I gotta do. I gotta have both of my backpacks in my hands. And then I put one piece in each backpack. And then one piece in my main inventory. Okay, I'm carrying an entire fucking bed now. I'm also extremely vulnerable. If a zombie hits me right now, I'm in deep shit. So this is a calculated risk. Alright. This is why we secured the perimeter first, so that we can do dumb stuff like that. Alright, I'm going to put the bed in the kitchen area here. And then I'm just going to drop the 3 parts that I put in my backpack. And then the main part that's still in my inventory. Just keep that as it is and build it. Boom, we got a bed down here. A nice big bed and a pillow on it to boot. So we are now ready to sleep when 22:30 rolls around. For the rest of the evening, I'm going to go ahead and yeet stuff out of the boxes on that first wall there. C# is like they call it an intermediary language, an IL. It is an intermediary language for C++. So it's similar. It has a lot of similar traits to it, but the differences are basically if you know C++, you'll see the differences right away. If you know C#, you'll see the differences right away. If you don't know either, it's actually kind of hard to articulate them. I wouldn't say that I know either of them well enough to articulate the differences. I definitely know C# better than C++. Because C#, at least for me, was easier to learn. That's the most I can really say about it at the moment. That, and I liked PowerShell a lot, and PowerShell has a lot in common with C#. That was I had a lot of fun learning those. I actually use PowerShell scripts to automate this stream. These cams that you see, the camera feeds. Those are launched by a PowerShell script. Just launched FFplay, which is a dumbed-down version of FFmpeg that just renders the video on screen directly from the camera. Cutting out the middleman, as it were, because pretty much the entire internet of video is pretty much all just FFmpeg. And we're just dropping stuff on the ground now from all these crates. Because this makes it easy to sort things, because they're all on the ground in front of us once we've emptied these. Yeah. Got an old stove here, of all things. If I want to pick that up, I need to drop some stuff. I'll drop my mace, I will drop my sword, I'll drop my M9s. But I don't want to lose track of them, so I'm going to put them in the trunk of the vehicle, actually. That's better. And then my book. Okay. I now have 40 inventory space, so I can pick up this old stove and put it somewhere else. Oh, something I should do before going to sleep tonight. I'm going to take some of these wooden planks I've already pulled out of these crates, and I'm going to board up the windows and unnecessary doors. And look at that, there's a box of nails right on the ground in front of me. Let's open that up, and now I've got a hammer and a bunch of nails, and I can board up the windows. I like to put 2 barricades on each window so that I can still see through the window to see if there's a zombie directly outside or not. I think that's all the windows and doors. Yes. That's all the windows and doors that I don't need. So I'm going to go ahead and start a pile of planks just right here in the center where it's easy to find them. And also drop the loose nails. Yeah, that's not a bad policy. If you put like 2 on each side of the window. Generally speaking, I like to feel as if if I let a zombie break through 2 boards, I'm making some bigger mistakes at that point. I usually like to keep it minimum so that I don't encourage myself to make any silly mistakes. Okay, so this entire wall of crates has been emptied. So now I can, when the time comes, I can put things back into those crates in an orderly fashion. Yeah, I'm just going to have a drink of milk. Actually, I'll have a bite of this stir fry here. And I'm going to hit the sack. As a midnight activity, I shall pick up right where I left off. Oh, look at that, of course, I'm getting cold in the middle of the night, because of course I am. Silly, silly. I need to remember to put my warm gear back on. So what I'm going to do is move my warm gear, and I'm going to put it on the bed here. Because you see, it's not going to be a problem to stay warm without this gear if I'm running around. If I'm running around, I'll be sweating if I wear the warm gear, so that is the inconvenience of winter right there. Alright, we are now excoriating stuff from the middle here. Basically just scrolling through all the boxes, dumping everything on the floor. Then I can move the boxes themselves out of the way. Helping me make sense of everything that I got access to here. Let's establish another box of boxes. 2, 3, 4, 5 is my max when I'm not carrying anything else. I will just go ahead and create 2 and 3 and start filling it from the bottom up. Alright, there's a bunch more boxes emptied out. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Picking those all up, tossing them over here. You can put, if you're organized, you can put 10, you can put 10 crates into a crate. Yeah, no, 100%. If I, one of the working titles is Thrival, because the objective is not just to survive, but to thrive. So it's like survival, except with thrive as the first syllable. I don't know if I'm actually going to use that, because I'm pretty sure that is, portmanteaus are my favorite way to make names, but, when I'm doing something that actually matters, I like to come up with something that is a little bit more, unique, if that makes sense. Oops. Here we go. Lots of paint over here. Okay. That should be a whole row right there. No, not quite. Okay, that should be a whole row. Let's get these crates out of the way. Alright, another crate of crates needs to go somewhere. Oh wait, no, I'm good. I just need to think about it now. Do I have any buckets? I'm sure there's a bucket somewhere. Just a regular old empty bucket. Just gonna do a quick parse around for one. The reason I'm thinking about a bucket is because I want to empty that fountain before I get rid of it. I might have actually taken buckets with me when I... oh, no, I saw one. There it is. Okay. Yeah. I mean, like, honestly, a lot of my ideas that I would have is just, like, for the ultimate game, is just to, like, have the various different survival games that I've played and just mesh all of those features together. Like, that in and of itself is probably the biggest selling point, just because, you know, once you've played a game with really good NPCs, you find it really hard to go back to games without any NPCs. That's me with RimWorld. RimWorld has got really pretty, well, you know, not the best, but pretty good NPCs. And, but it's also lacking any sort of visual gravitas. Your characters are literally just called pawns, because that's all you see is a little pawn floating around on the screen. It's like there's no visual gravitas whatsoever. You have to use your imagination for everything. And that's not the worst thing in the world, but I think I've talked about this already. Using your creative energy on a game is not something a lot of people always want to do. Sometimes the purpose of the game is to give your imagination a break and actually show you somebody else's imagination. But there's arguments for and against that. I would say that a really good game can do either. Like it gives you a really good game will give you enough material to, have its own story and things, but also leave enough openings for you to create your own stories with it. And this game actually does a pretty good job of that. I mean, there's the official lore, but then of course there is the stuff that the players do with their characters that organically creates its own story just by doing things. Oh, it is already 4:30. I should be getting back to bed. Once again. Yep. What I would probably do with the art and music is contract it out. I'd find an artist and work with them on commission. Same with music. Of course, the commissions and the rates would be a big open question mark. For anybody joining, we are at the MassGen Fatco warehouse in Muldraugh, and we are organizing the place. It's going to take a little while to get everything sorted, because what we want to do is get all these crates out of the way. And that is a monumental task in and of itself. You can fit 10 crates into a crate if you're organized. So that's basically what I'm doing now, is I'm just pulling all the stuff out of each of these crates, dropping it on the floor so that I can come back and more easily sort it later. So there's 5 more crates I can dump into the stack. Yeah, absolutely. Well, Toby Fox is a musician, I think, like an actual music theory trained musician. So his music was not the product of a game developer who learned music, but kind of the other way around, I think. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I'm pretty sure he had a background in music before he started on Undertale. That's like the 4th box of paint. We are going to have a lot of paint. That's a good thing. I like paint. Yeah. And look at that. We have exactly 5 more crates, which means we have that column of crates on the wall there is exactly going to be full, which is fantastic by me. Okay, we finally got the center sorted out. Now we just have the back wall to worry about, which that's just as easy as the north wall was. It's a little bit easier than the center. because you don't have quite as much layering to worry about. Okay, you know what? With these crates on the back wall, I'm actually going to collapse them down to just one row. That's how I'm going to do it, because it will be easier to see the stuff that's on the floor in front of the crates if I do it that way. It's actually not possible. I hear you, and it would normally be possible if it worked the same way as most other health reduction mechanics work, but the health reduction from being over encumbered actually stops when you get down to 75% health. So it is impossible to die from being over encumbered. But if a zombie touches you while you're over encumbered, they have a much greater chance of dealing direct damage. So it is theoretically possible to die from being over encumbered. It's just going to happen because a zombie tapped you. Like, that's all it has to do is tap you. If you're extremely over encumbered, you're extremely vulnerable at the moment. But since I'm behind 7 proxies here, I don't have to worry about getting nommed, tentatively speaking. Well, it is perfectly okay to panic for losing health, but you will never lose more than 25% of your health just from being over encumbered. So in that particular regard, maybe, but it is very okay to be hyper aware of whether you're losing health from being over encumbered, because that means that you're extremely vulnerable. But if you're sure that there's no zombies around, if you're like behind a few buttoned up walls, then yeah, you don't have to worry about it as much. But never fault yourself for being aware of it, because that's basically this debuff in the top red corner, this bright red debuff. That means I'm an open buffet. Doesn't matter what my weapon skills are. Doesn't matter what my stats are. If I have that debuff, zombie can just chomp. And that is our IP. Come on. Seeds, please. There we go. There were elbow pads in here. I looked around for them when I first came here a long time ago and never found any, but of course now that I'm doing a deep dig, I find a pair. Alright, so these 2 crates are full of crates. I'm just going to do the same thing on the other side now. This will be my crate of crates over here. I don't know. Okay, so the skills menu is actually, it's not smaller. They just made it so that as far as I understand, they never changed the size. Or no, they did make it a little smaller. I think UI scaling is now a thing though. So if you liked it bigger, I think all you got to do is go into UI settings and you can set a scaling setting for it to make it a little bigger. That being said, what the devs did do is they added more skills, but they didn't make the default menu size big enough to fit all the skills they added. So there's a fucking scroll bar. I hate this. I hate this so much. With a 4K monitor, I have enough room for the whole list, but I can't change the size of this silly little window over here. It's just another one of those silly things that they change with B42, and it would take such a simple little thing for them to change on their end to make it actually work better, and they've gone 10 builds now without touching it. It's just so annoying. The little niggling gaps that they have. But never give me an opportunity to complain about the Indie Stone, because I'll do it for 2 years. Okay, there we go. So we've got one full crate of crates. Oh, that crate right there. I see. I see. Almost done with this nonsense. All right. 2, 3, 4, 5. And dump. And 1, 2, 3. That's it, just 2. Okay. We are done emptying out the crates. Now we just got to make sense of all this crap on the floor. First things first, though, I want to be able to drive in one of these doors and out the other. It's a little easier to do once you've sledgehammered away these stupid pillars, because they're just in the way. They're not actually doing anything. I think I've gotten most... there's still some stuff in there, but I don't need it for the moment. Alright, so the trailer's out of the way for the moment. Positioned, ready to be brought back inside once I've cleaned up the floor. Okay. Now we just gotta sort all this crap on the floor. That's gonna take a minute. I want to start with the really big plaster powder stuff. Because this kind of stuff gets its own box. Plaster and concrete and wallpaper paste. That'll go in like the far right column. Oh, I'm already full. Entire bundles of barbed wire. Fascinating. I did not know that those could spawn. I'm going to put those in the center with the wallpaper paste powder. Bunch of bags of concrete here. I don't know if concrete powder is actually used for building anything. I think the only thing concrete powder is used for is crafting weapons. Which if you, like, you take a bucket and a bag of concrete powder and you can make, like, a concrete mace. Which, I mean, okay. It's only for long blunt users, though. There's no short blunt variation of it. Okay, I believe that is all of the big building material stacks. Now I'm going to get the tanks. So propane tanks and oxygen tanks. And you know what? Maybe I will also just make this welding kit as well. So I'll pick up torches and masks. Okay. So we've got oxygen tanks, welding rods, and propane tanks in with the barbed wire and wallpaper paste. These are all things that are like way too big for the materials bins, but will suffice to put them in the corner there. Okay. Okay. Ah, propane tank. Okay. I was forgetting something. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so now I'm going to establish, starting from the other side. I gotta think really quick about where I want the forge and furnace to be. I'm gonna think about putting the furnace here. The furnace is a 4x4, and then the forge is a 4. It's a 4x4 plus 1. So like that, and then that. So that's where the forge will go. And then the kiln will go next to the furnace. Right? Nah, you know what? I'm gonna put the I would really love to have a sledgehammer right now, but I don't. Damn it. That's actually really bothering me. You know what? I'll put the forge, or the furnace rather. I'll put the furnace in the bathroom, because this is not going to be a bathroom forever. Eventually I'll just sledgehammer these walls. Okay. Yeah. Question mark. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Okay. I can stop saying yeah now. Okay. I want to know where I'm putting things before I start filling these boxes. So what that means is if I'm going to put the forge and furnace on this side, this stack needs to be my iron and steel supplies. So I now know where iron bars, iron pipes, steel bars, steel pipe, all that crap. I know where all that crap's going now. So that's what I'll start with. So iron on the bottom, steel in the middle, and then I'll leave the top open for later. Iron, steel, steel, steel. Iron and steel. Okay. Girl's getting pretty hungry. We're going to give her some food. And we resume the search for iron and steel. Right, that area is secure. 2, 1, we're almost full on this already. Okay. Just barely pulled that pile up and we are full again. Nothing but iron and steel. Steel box is almost full already. Just nothing but scrap iron and steel. And okay, looking good. Okay, all the iron and steel from that pile. That pile is clear. A little bit here. It's a lot of stuff there, but I think we're good on iron and steel. About over here. A little bit. That's it, just a little bit. A lot of bit in this corner. Tire irons I'm going to leave one on the floor and put one in the iron bin. Yeah, okay, that should do it. One oxygen tank that I missed earlier, so I'm going to put that over here, and then that does it for the iron and steel. Shit. Okay. We just barely filled up the steel bin. It is at 77.3 out of 78. Alright. We are now establishing a tools slash weapons and materials stack. I'm gonna start with tools slash weapons first, and then tools. So in this column here is tools slash weapons. Just putting vehicle maintenance stuff on the floor for the moment. Alright, tool weapons are picked up. Now I'm full. Dropping them off over here. Oh, there's some materials here that I missed. Steel bars, steel rods, that kind of crap. Okay, plenty more tool weapons to find on the ground. Let's do a drop-off. Starting to put bolt cutters in the second stack here. Vehicle maintenance. literally can't do anything with lug wrenches. You can't scrap them for metal or anything like that, so I just leave them all off to the side with the rest of the vehicle maintenance related stuff. I believe that is all the tools/weapons, with the exception of these. Okay, that should be everything. Now we'll just do regular tools in the next column. All right, in the top of the stack for tools/weapons, I'm gonna put materials/weapons and other wooden material stuff. So like stakes and wooden rods and wooden handles, that kind of thing. Everything but planks. Planks are, I'm gonna leave them on the floor. They're way too. Planks are way too bulky, in my opinion, to bother with putting them inside of containers. Just put them on the floor until you're gonna use them. That's my approach. Okay, there's a good first run into the top. Now, if there's a lot of room left over, I'll put gardening up here as well. I don't know if there's going to be a lot of room for that. If it's more than halfway full, then I'll put gardening somewhere else. It's not always definitive, because sometimes there's more of other things. Like the loot tables in here are always very random, so sometimes you have a lot of gardening, sometimes you won't have as much. Okay. I think that's all of the small handle over here, and that's about it. There's a strategic reason for placing it here, and that's because it's not far from where I will be smelting stuff. So by having the handles over here, when I smelt stuff and make weapon parts, I can just reach into the materials/weapons up at top here and use that for handles. Alright, we are doing just regular tools now. One tool slash weapon. Cannon to there. Everything else into here. Okay, that is all of the regular tools. I will do gardening directly above the regular tools. And that, in this particular instance, gardening does not include seeds, because seeds, there's so many of them, they need their own container. Oh shit, okay, full. Okay, that almost there. Still more gardening crap. Shit, okay, can't quite fit it all. It's a lot of gardening crap, there really is. We literally filled it up with gardening crap. I was not expecting that. Shit. I guess I'll move the gardening slash weapon up to the top. And keep the non-weapon gardening down below. Okay, that should be everything. And it is way past my bedtime, so put this away and then sleep. So I suppose what I could do is put the seeds in with the gardening slash weapons, because That way the seeds will not be broken up in their categories, because the seeds will be the only regular gardening in here. That makes sense to me. All right, having a bite to eat, then going to sleep. Alrighty. What I'm going to do now is move all of the planks. I'm going to move all the planks into one pile. Separate them from so that I can start doing materials. It'll make it easier to deal with materials if all the planks are out of the way. All right, there's all the planks gathered up. I think that's the only unit of wallpaper in here. I was expecting there to be a little bit more, but I'm not too upset about that. Now I'm going to move sacks of stuff. Okay, I think that is all of the sacks. And we are now ready to go to bed again. We fill our canteen and have some breakfast. Take the warm gear off. Otherwise we'll be sweating all day. I would like to do paint, but I'm going to skip paint and just do materials now. See, now that I've gotten rid of the bulky materials, I can afford to just pick up every material in sight and sort it out once I get to the other side. I missed some bags of plaster powder. Okay. Interesting. Oh, I actually went over. What? Oh, I went over a little bit because I'm carrying more propane tanks. I have room for them over here. Not really. Shit. I forgot I was carrying those. Huh. So I'll put them in here. Some gardening crap that I missed. Alright, this gardening bin can also take weapon heads, so circular saw blades. And I'll put blower fans in there too. I don't even know what you use blower fans for, but I'll put them in there for now. Is that all the circular? Yeah, that is. Okay. So, we've got our materials stack right here then. The fourth one over from the left. So we'll start with small form materials on the bottom. So that's duct tape, cheesecloth, burlap pieces, twine, and wood glue. Similar on this side. Oh, you know what? Rope does not belong there. Okay, and then medium form materials above that, so boxes of screws and nails, doorknobs, and rope. I will probably need to carton up some of these boxes of nails, because I've already got 14 of them. Yeah, we're gonna have like 20. We're gonna be close to 24. Okay, that should be all the materials. Now it is. I'm still going to find some stragglers for sure, but that's all right. We've got the bulk of them. Saw blades and blower fans over here. Small form materials, duct tape, epoxy, twine, wood glue. I'm going to call brick small form for now. One more box of nails and I can make 2 cartons. That will be good if I can find one more box of nails. But I might have already... Yeah, I've already gotten all the nails there are to find. That's okay, I guess. I'll make 1 carton and get that out of the way. Oops. Boxes of screws go up 1. Epoxy. Okay. That should be all the materials. Now just... I'm going to pick up everything but paint now. And then just find a home for all of it. Place is already looking so much cleaner, and it's about to be the rest of the way here. Okay, all that leaves that is yet to be sorted is paint. And I will do that momentarily once I sort this random crap I've picked up. So if we got materials here, normally I would put directly next to materials the stack of stuff for iron and steel. But because I'm doing that on this side over here, that means I go straight to electrical here. So right now I think all I have for electrical is this one Valuetech radio. And that means above electrical is household, so all the rat poison. And I'm going to move into household the, nah, I'll put those in first aid. So that's, electronics, household, and bags at the top here. I don't think I have any bags? No, no bags yet. And that means, moving over here, we've got first aid. I'm going to put protective gear into first aid for now, as well as these accessories. Padlock, I'll put that in the household along with trapping. Okay, and then, so this is first aid. Wait a minute, no. So first aid, I forgot that electrical needs its own stack. So I'm going to have so much of it eventually. So first aid, and then household, and then containers. So that means over here, I'll start putting uh, regular books on the, entertainment books on the bottom, skill books in the middle. And magazines at the top. And that just leaves 2 fully empty columns to mess with. This empty bucket, I need to do something with it. I'll drop it on the floor here. Lug wrench for the vehicular stuff over here. And then wood splinters. I don't really have a destination. Excuse me. Wood splinters I don't really have anything to do with. I'll put it over here. So next to entertainment books is going to be the just silly stuff bin. It's walkie-talkie for electronics, and that's everything but paint organized. Okay, we're almost done, and it only took us about a day and a half. Not bad at all. Eat half of this roast, get myself fed back up, and I'm going to start organizing the paint. We're going to focus on shades and reds. So that's reds and oranges, browns, and whites and blacks and grays. Tried to keep it limited in scope, but damn, that's a lot of paint. Let's start with blacks. So we got blacks, we got grays, and now whites. So what I'm basically doing with paints is sorting them by shades and then by spectrum color. So there's all the blacks, grays, and whites. Those are the shades. Now I start at brown. Or no. I start at red and then move up to brown. And to make sure that I can fit all the paint in nice and neat, orderly rows, I make sure that I don't have more than 3 in the first row. 4 in the second row, because the second row is not going to be quite as chock full. Okay, so we've got the shades and the reds. Now we're doing browns, because brown is between red and orange. And then the light browns between brown and orange. Okay. Now just straight up oranges. That's a lot of oranges. I still have more. This place is really the king of paint. Not expecting that much orange. All right, so we're going to do yellows and greens now. Just yellow and green. Yellow and green are not as common for some reason. Couldn't even begin to tell you why. Okay, that's all the yellows and greens. Only one green in this entire room. A room where we had 11 orange paint buckets, and we've only got one green paint bucket. That is wacky. Okay, no, wait a minute. I was wrong about that. I just got them mixed up in my backpacks. Okay. So only 3 green. That's still quite a small number of green. All right, so we've got the shades, reds, oranges, yellows, and greens. Now, in this game's schema, I kind of feel like after green should come turquoise and then cyan. Although I'm not 100% on that. I need to see what light blue looks like. Yes, okay. So, turquoise, cyan, light blue, and then blue. So I'm just going to pick up the turquoise and the cyan for the moment. Okay, got all of the turquoise and cyan. Come on, damn it. She was gonna place him and then she didn't. 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I guess that works. A lot of turquoise. And surprisingly, a lot of cyan. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, now I'll see if I can get the rest of them all in one go. Just gonna grab something to eat really quick. Ooh, missed some cyan and yellow over here. All right, so light blue is next. And then blue. And then we wrap back on the spectrum and we do purple and then pink. Pink is a fake color, so it's really hard to place in spectral order. That's all right, though. I like my fake colors just as much as my real ones. Okay, just a little bit of pink and purple left over. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is one clean facility. Took a while. I thought it was only going to be 2.5 days, but it's looking like it's coming up on 3 days now. That's okay. So we actually came away with the highest quantity of paint is pink. That is slightly surprising, but I am not okay with that. I don't even know how much of this I'll actually use, but it is now sorted so that I can readily see how much I have of any given quality. There should be a garbage can right outside. There it is. I am going to move it inside so that I can put some garbage in it. And that will include the, I'm going to grab the stuff upstairs. There's not much, but some of it. And make sure not to take that corner too hard. Household. Small form materials for the paper clips. Okay. That does it for the first and second floors. I don't really need to worry about organizing the second floor. Furniture is none of the furniture on the second floor is in the way. So, if I was to build a forge, it would go in the bathroom here. So, I'm going to empty the sink into this bucket. Alright, got the furniture out of the bathroom. I'll just dump that somewhere. Okay. Now, I'm going to bring the van back in, and I'm going to get started on allocating resources for building a furnace and forge. Okay. These bottles of cow's milk can go into the fridge. Have a crate over here for food. Right, we got ourselves a bucket of clay cement. Let's start by dropping that over here. Mason's trowel. Iron bands can go directly into the backpack. Same with the clay and the mold. Actually got room for all that, so I'll just take it all. Bite to eat. Now I need to make a wooden bucket. For that, I'm going to need a couple of planks. I think 4. And then nails, of course. Wire. I'm short on wire. There we go. Got ourselves a wooden empty large bucket. Just place that on the floor in here. This is a material for the furnace, and the furnace is going to go in this corner. I know this used to be a bathroom. What's going to happen eventually is, after I get the furnace and forge up, I'm going to build a sledgehammer, and then I will remove this wall. So right now I'm just, imagine this wall is not here in terms of logistical planning. Shit. Oh no, I don't need to build the, I don't need to build the kiln yet. I can wait until after I've built the furnace, so I can put the clay away for now. And since the furnace is going to go here, the clay blacksmith mold that I'm going to need in the furnace can go here, right next to where the furnace is going to be. Same with the crucibles. I'm only going to need the large ones, so I'm going to take the small crucible and put it off to the side for the moment. Okay. Now I need to build a bellows. which all I need are 2 planks. Now bellows are very big. So big, in fact, I'll probably drop it on the floor after I make it. Yep, so as you can see, there's a silly little icon on the floor there for the bellows. In order to pick that back up, I'll need to have 40 encumbrance in my inventory. So I'm gonna hold off on the bellows for the moment. Place this masonry trowel here, because I'll need that. Actually, I won't need the bucket yet. The bucket is for the forge, not the furnace. So I can just put the bucket over here for the moment. Now, everything else I need for the furnace is just 40 stone blocks, which is easy peasy. I just got to get a couple of large stones. Each large stone is, you can break it down into 40 stones. I just need for that a club hammer and a mason chisel. Now, I don't know if there was ever a mason chisel anywhere in here. There is not. Is there? Nope, there is not. There is not a masonry chisel anywhere in this entire building, but there's plenty of club hammers. So I'm going to take the club hammer. I'm going to put it on this. I'm going to put it on this table back here, and then I'm going to take a masonry chisel from my field kit, just like the masonry trowel that I had brought with me because I know I was going to need it. For some reason, they don't spawn here. Out of everything else that does spawn here. Now all I need is a large stone. And in order to pick one up, I need 7 inventory space. Or I need 40 inventory space, rather. So I'm going to take off this claw hammer, put it in my backpack. And now I can pick up a large stone. Here's one right here. This large stone, when I break it up, is going to be 40 small stones. Or is it 10? It might be 10. For some reason, I felt like it's 40. I think it's actually 10. It's a doofus. Yeah, it's only 10. Okay, that's fine. So I'm just going to drop those 10 stones on the floor right here. I'm going to go do that again 3 more times so that I can get a total of... I need 40 stones for the furnace. Right? Yeah, 40 stone blocks for the furnace. Checking across the street here for more large stones. Plenty of smooth flats. That's not what I'm looking for, though. Here we go. Several of them over here. So basically I'm just gathering large stones and breaking them down into small stones, leaving the small stones on the floor, and I'm just going to do that one more time so that I have a total of 40 small stones. So I see the 2 large stones right there. I'm going to leave them there for the moment so that I know where they are for when I'm ready to do the furnace, because the furnace I need I'm going to need 3 more large stones when I do that. So here is our 4th and final for the furnace. So I break this bad boy into 10 stones, drop those on the floor, and now there are 40 stones on the floor. All I've got to do is chisel those into stone blocks, which is something I will do after I have a sleep here, because it is my bedtime. As a quick recap for anybody joining, we are building ourselves a furnace and then a forge down here in our temporary, or not like field base, down here in Muldraugh. We are in Mass Gen Fatco at the edge of Muldraugh on the north side. So take my layers off now that I'm done sleeping. And I'm going to go ahead and chisel. Make stone block from stone times 40. All right, we got 40 stone blocks. Girl's hungry. We're going to feed her some food. Now the 40 stone blocks, we're going to put them all on the floor because we need to be able to pick up something really heavy. So I'm just going to put all them stone blocks right on the floor here. And now this large bellows, which weighs 40, so I need at least 40 encumbrance open in my inventory, so pick those up now. And now I have all of the materials to build a advanced furnace right here. I want to rotate that. Can I rotate it? No, I cannot rotate it. Okay. Shit. I was hoping I'd be able to... I thought I was going to be able to rotate it. So, just a slight change of plans. I need to pick up some of this stuff that's on my way. I can still build it there. It's just going to be... It's going to be a bit of a tight fit. Okay. I don't worry about the bucket of clay cement. Stone blocks are going to be consumed, so I'm not worried about those either. So, I build... No, don't go up there. She will lock herself in. Fuck. God damn it. Fuck. I can't build it there because she has to stand in this corner to build it. And if she stands in this corner to build it, she'll get stuck in here. Fuck. That really makes me mad because this was a good spot. But now I cannot put it here, so fuck. I'll pick up the stone blocks, I'll build it somewhere else. God damn it. I'm mad about it, I really am, because that was a good spot. It would work much better once I had a sledgehammer built. Fuck. Alright, well, I guess this will work. Let's get this stupid bucket out of the way. I literally can't fit the bucket in my inventory right now. Hang on. Alright. Picking up the bucket. Moving it over here. Dropping it. Picking up the bucket of clay cement. Okay. Now we'll build the furnace right here. See how she has to go all the way in the fucking corner? There we go. Okay. We've got our furnace. It's not exactly where I would have wanted to put it, but whatever. That's my fault for forgetting the stupid sledgehammer. Now, in order to do what I need to do with the furnace, I need these 2 large crucibles. I already built those back in Riverside at my kiln. If I didn't have my kiln built yet, then I would need to build the kiln now and build these. But since I have a kiln, I go ahead and put those down. I also need a ceramic blacksmith anvil mold. Same story with this. I built it with a kiln back in Riverside. Bucket of clay cement. I don't need this again until I go to build the forge, so I can leave that there, along with the mason trowel. It is about to be 4 a.m., so I'm going to go ahead and sleep again, and then we will continue. Put my blankets on, aka my cold gear, and we sleep. Alright. Take my cold gear back off, because otherwise I will start sweating from running around in here. Long johns off. Okay. Now, all I got to do is fill both of these large empty crucibles with melted iron, I believe, because large ceramic crucible with iron, yes. Something I completely forgot that I'm going to need to do is get a bunch of wood charcoal. Relatively easy if you have an axe and a shovel, because you got to use the shovel to dig a charcoal burning pit, and I've got a wood axe on my back already, so let me just put that entrenching tool. That's my shovel. I'll put that on my belt there, and in case I run into any zombies, sword on my other belt, and off we go. So I need to cut trees. I'm going to cut the ones that are blocking my visibility first. So this ugly thing right here. So my girl's cold. I was expecting her to not be cold because of all the exertion that she's putting out with chopping wood. But that turns out to not be the case. So to get rid of the exertion, I'm going to grab a book to read. This is Reloading 3. And have a sit down and read this book for a bit. Get rid of the muscle strain, get rid of the endurance problems, and get back to work. I'm going to put the military jacket on so that she doesn't get too cold again. Because I think the wind is what's killing her. There's a lot of wind chill out right now. You can hear it, actually. Alright, all these are just bushes. But I do want them out of the way. I like having a nice traversable area around my bases. Alright, let's get rid of these trees. Do I need to sharpen the axe? Yes, I do. So that's a good way to recover my stamina. Sit down and sharpen the axe. Put down this shit. Okay, she did not need to use the axe to remove the bush. Manually pull out her knife. Okay. Now we need something to burn the charcoal with. I'm thinking about where to put the charcoal burning pit. It's probably going to be on the north side of the base. Sit down for a minute, wait for the endurance problems to go away. And then we're going to make a charcoal burning pit right here. Now, as for what we burn with the burning pit, I'm going to use a vehicle of sorts. Actually, I need to grab a, something to eat really quick. Got ourselves an 80 roast here. Okay, that tree needs to go now. Fuck this tree. Right in front of my door. I want to see if there's a truck in the area. See, I don't remember if I had the keys to this. No, I don't. So I don't have a local use vehicle. I want a truck because a truck is great to toss stuff into the back of it. Look at that, a zombie. Let's kill this thing. First zombie I've killed in a little while. Alright, does this truck have any gas in it? I actually have the key to this truck. Okay. Neat. But it doesn't look like it has any gas, so we're going to fix that. Let's clear the shit out of the trunk. Doesn't look like there is anything in it. Never mind. What's in this backpack? Nothing. I genuinely cannot remember if I ever got all of the loot out of Smokies, because I used it as a temporary base for a brief period of time. Just gonna take a quick peek around and see if I left any loot in here. I don't even know if I left that there on purpose, but I'm picking it up now. Speaking of picking it up, I am going to take the... I'm going to take the stove. Huh. My keyring is full, and it's not because of residences. That's a little bit annoying. Okay, we've got ourselves a oven. I'm gonna get the fridge too, so that I got a match. Green oven, green fridge, you know, important things in life. In order to pick up the fridge, I gotta pull some stuff out of my inventory. Come on now. It's getting annoying. Okay, 100% of everything is off of my tool belt. Now I can pick up the fridge. Girl is hungry enough to eat a quarter of this 80 roast, so we eat the 80 roast. Oh, I noticed a bunch of people are joining. Welcome. We are just we're currently setting up our base in Muldraugh. We've made it down to Muldraugh from our main place in Riverside, and I'm just getting together some stuff for my base in Muldraugh, which is at Maston Fatco, because that is the best place by far. I'm gonna take some of these counters, and then we are... Well, there's no gas in this truck that I found, so I'm gonna need to go get some gas, which I got plenty of. Claw hammer. There we go. And get a couple cabinets, and then we've got a kitchen for our base, and that does it for all of the essentials. Not the most compelling content at the moment, but we'll get there. We will get there. Okay, that should do it. So all my tools are in the back there. I'm going to re-equip all my stuff. Well, no, I'm not going to re-equip all of it because I need to be able to pick up the fridge. Okay. Let's go get some gas. Anything in here? Yes. So I got a plastic bottle that I carry around. Just going to siphon gas into that. And now we've got some gas for the Chevalier D6 here. Just enough to bring it down to base. Now, the reason I wanted this Chevalier D6 in the first place is because I am getting wood together for the furnace. Wood that I need to burn in charcoal. So the D6 makes it very easy to pick that up. Most of the furniture I picked up is for the kitchen, so I'm going to back it up to this side of the base where the kitchen is. Got the engine, and let's put the kitchen together. Alright, the fridge that I currently have is a white fridge, but I wanted a green fridge, so I'm emptying the fridge. Alright, I dropped the hammer. I now have enough room to pick up a fridge. So I pick up the white fridge, toss it, just toss it in this counter for now. Go get the other fridge. I'm going to put the fridge in the corner here. And then I'm going to put the oven next to it. Hello. Hell can't I put the oven down? There we go. I don't know why it didn't let me do it at first. Okay, got our fridge, got our oven. Let's put the stuff that was in the fridge back into it. Just a bunch of eggs and milk and whatnot that I brought down from Riverside. And then everything in here is the freezer. Bunch of roasts and some leftover eggs. Okay. I'm using this bucket of water as like a sink, sort of. So I'll pick up this crate that I don't really need anymore. I'm going to put it in the corner here. So I've got 2 more cabinets to put down. Put those down now. Alright, so here's where the cookware goes. I'll sort through that later. This is where the bucket of water goes. Spare bucket of water in the cabinet beneath it. And I don't yet have a good spot for the TV. I'll just put it here for now. Alright, I am gearing back up to cut some more trees. I had to take all of my gear off so that I had enough room in my inventory to put down the stupid bridges. But now that I've sorted those out, the kitchen is all done. We're just cutting wood for the moment. Our axe skill is only level 4, but the axe we're using is a wood axe, so it is really powerful. Causes a lot of muscle strain to build up if you go too crazy with it, but these are all small trees, so it doesn't take too many swings. If these were all large trees, my character would be in absolute misery from muscle strain right now, because muscle strain is designed to prevent you from having too much fun. Remember, we're not allowed to have fun here. We're only allowed to suffer just a little bit, and then not have very much fun. That's how this game works, right? Okay. So, what I do now, I give her a break by repositioning the truck. And we use the truck to toss all of this stuff we just cut into the trunk. That is the prime usage of a truck, is just tossing shit right into the trunk. Because the trunk is more accessible than any other vehicle's trunk. Damn it. All this stuff is useful for burning for charcoal. I think except for the twigs, but that's alright. The twigs don't take up much room. All right. The reason we want to pick up all the wood is because tree branches, you burn them in stacks of 9 at the charcoal bins. I see a zombie to the south. I'm going to park the truck here and go deal with the zombie, and then come back, cut this wood, and toss it into the truck. Guest over here. No house guests are allowed, sorry. Mastin Fatco is currently closed forever. We're hungry enough to eat another bite of this 80 roast here. Alright. Now I'm only going to pick up the wood that is going to be awkward to drive around and pick up. I will drive up to those larger piles. Alright. This can into trunk, and then I'll cut the rest of this wood around it. Toss all that shit into the trunk. Got a bush. Got another bush. And another bush here. And then these are trees. I prefer to use the knife on the bushes because that saves axe durability just for trees. Oh, looks like we are full in the trunk, so I don't accept that. I want a bigger trunk, so I'm going to fix it. My privilege being very high-level mechanics and high-level welding is I can just pick up a welding torch and a steel sheet and just immediately fix the trunk to its fullest capacity. So I'm going to take a welding torch and a welding mask, and just one steel sheet should do the trick. Steel sheets are going to be all the way in the corner here. And voila, we bring the trunk from 74% up to 100%. Trunk's capacity is now 143. So I can toss this log in there along with several other logs. Now, if I really wanted to save space, I could stack the logs, but I don't really feel like doing that. It's just a short journey. So in fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put all the wood, except for the logs here, into the trunk. And then I'm going to put the logs into my backpack, one of them. So I have I have two military backpacks inside of my main one, and each military backpack can carry 4 logs. 3, 4. We'll do the same with this. Look at that, it's full again. Okay, whatever. Alright, now I pull the truck up and park it right next to the charcoal burning pit that I established over here so that I can access the inventory from the pit. And I'm going to sit down on the ground so that as I burn the charcoal, it does not over-encumber me to the point of losing health. So now we just start burning wood. We got 12 logs worth to burn here. And then a whole bunch of this tree branch worth. A couple more of those. Okay. And now we've got literal tons of charcoal that we can toss. I'm going to toss it right into the trunk of this truck. And this is going to be my charcoal truck. So the contents of the trunk, I'm going to toss it on the floor here. And the charcoal that I burned that fell on the floor because I was full of inventory, toss it into the trunk. So we've got a trunk almost full of charcoal. And I am going to equip my other military backpack, and I'm just going to start carrying logs over in the backpacks. So you can do 4 in each backpack, so the 6 here, 2 here, and then 1, and 1. Now you got to do it in sets of 2. So I'm going to grab 1 more that'll fit in there, and then 1 more in my regular inventory. I'm going to leave this last one by itself because I don't need it. Well, actually, that's fine. This last one is going to work because there is another leftover log on the floor here. Because it needs to be an even number. So, grab that. And I go up here, I sit on the floor. And I can now burn 2 logs 6 times. So I got access to 12 logs here. Do that. Got a whole bunch more charcoal to toss into the trunk. And on the floor. The trunk of this vehicle is now full of charcoal. Completely full. So, the charcoal that is left, I'm going to put into my military backpack and then just drive the truck straight into the base, park it within range of the furnace, and we are off to the races. This is why I really, really wish my custom base could somehow have a garage door. It's not currently possible, as far as I understand it. So I can only do this in a POI base that has a garage door that you can open and close. I did the stupid. Here's probably the best thing to do for now. I'm going to go ahead and back it in, and I'm going to move my main vehicle out of the way because I've already emptied it. It no longer needs to be inside. Okay, so now all I got to do is stand within range of the trunk, and I will use the charcoal from the trunk whenever I'm smelting something at the forge. What I need to do now is find a pair of tongs and just place it on the ground there so that I know I have access to it. It's easily accessible from that crate, but we have access to tons and tons and tons of recipes at the furnace now. But what we want to focus on is smelting iron specifically into a crucible. So there's 2 ways of smelting. One way of smelting will produce iron chunks, but that's not what we need if we want to build an anvil so that we can get a forge together. We want to build an anvil for the forge. For that, we need to smelt the iron into a crucible. So it's kind of hard to see because of the truck, but there are 2 empty crucibles on the floor here. I'll go ahead and place them right here so you can see them better. So the empty crucibles, both of these need to get filled up with iron. Now, in order to do that, just go to smelt iron item, and it looks like there are several options there. So I want to smelt ooh, I can smelt leaf rakes for iron. Hell yeah. So I have like no use whatsoever for leaf rakes. So I'm gonna go ahead and smelt like 8 out of 9 of these. So I'm starting off just by smelting leaf rakes into one of these crucibles. 1, 2... Oh, shit. It stopped. Okay. It did that because the recipe that I was using... So, the large ceramic crucible with iron here is treated sort of like an item with charges. So now that I've started adding stuff to it, I need to add more stuff to it. I think I have the one in my inventory selected here, so I'm going to continue doing that. Yes, okay. So now every time it smelts something, it is increasing the amount of iron in my crucible that's in my inventory, as opposed to the one that's on the floor. So I'm just going to keep doing that until I've smelted all but one of these. God damn it. Okay, this is getting annoying. It's like smelting it into the other crucible. So I'm going to put the other crucible out here, so it should be out of range. Yeah, it is now out of range. My character will not accidentally use it anymore. Alright, leaf rakes times 4. Let's see if I can do that. No, it's still not doing it. in multiples, so I'm just going to have to do it one by one. 2, 3, and 4. Okay. Hand forks. I can smelt those. I don't have any use for those whatsoever. What else can I smelt for iron? I could smelt nails if I really wanted to. I'm not going to do that. Wow, look at all this. I can smelt some tools. There's a whole bunch of files. I'm going to start smelting files because I have like 11 of them. I only really need one. So the ceramic crucible is almost halfway full. It's really heavy now, so I'm going to equip it in my secondary hand and continue smelting some more files. Apparently I can smelt rake heads into it, so I'm going to do that. Smelt a rake head and another rake head, because I don't really need rakes right now. Okay, we now have a large ceramic crucible with iron that is completely full. So I'm going to drop that on the floor there, and I'm going to pick up the other one that I didn't want to use before, but now I want to fill it all the way up. So what we need is 32 charges. As far as I understand it, a full one is 20 charges. So I think we only need to fill this other crucible. Yeah, okay. So a full ceramic crucible with iron is 20 uses, quote-unquote uses. So we only want to fill this other one up with 12. And it's already got 2 in it, so I just need 10 more. Girl's getting real hungry here. We're going to give her something to eat. And she is no longer hungry. So now we are doing a couple more smeltings here. Standing within range of the charcoal once more. Alright, we're smelting medium iron items. I'm going to do carpentry chisels because I have 10 of those. Just going to start smelting those. There's 1. There's 2. How much do we have now? Checking. We have 26 out of 32. So it looks like each one we smelt gives us 2 uses. So I'm going to do... That means I need several more. Smelting, carpentry, chisel. Let's do like 3 more of those. So that should be 2. No, don't do the metalworking chisel. God damn it. She automatically selects it every time I finish. So there's 4. And then there's 6. So I think that might be enough now. But let's check. Yes! Okay, so we can now cast a blacksmith anvil because we have 1 full ceramic crucible with iron and 1 partially full ceramic crucible with iron. We have a ceramic blacksmith anvil mold that I made back in Riverside with my kiln. I brought that with me because I knew I wouldn't be able to make it down here because clay is really hard to find in Muldraugh. So I made that ahead of time, so I've already got that. So that's all we need. We need tongs, which we found here in the shop. Ceramic blacksmith anvil mold, which we already have. Wood charcoal, which we're getting out of the trunk here. And finally, 2 large ceramic crucibles with a lot of iron in it. So we're going to go ahead and smelt that. Now, as soon as I smelt it, I'm probably going to drop it on the floor because it's so damn heavy. Did I drop it on the floor? Yes, I did. So the anvil is on the floor now. Place the empty crucible back there. How heavy? The anvil is another 40 encumbrance item. So I need to drop a bunch of shit just to be able to fucking pick it up. I hate this. I hate this shit so much. I get it. I understand why it's a thing. I fucking hate it. It's so annoying. Just let us pick shit up, Indie Stone. It's not that complicated. Okay. Rant over. I gotta drop more shit because I have a lot of stuff in my inventory. Okay. That's enough. I can now pick up something that weighs 40 encumbrance. So I pick up the stupid blacksmith anvil. Now, where do I want to build my forge? Shit. See, this is really irritating me because I don't have a sledgehammer. I'm not going all the way back to Riverside to get my sledgehammer. I would love to be able to bust down this support beam and these walls and just put it here. But I'm pretty sure I can't put it here. See, I tried to put the furnace here, and it didn't work either. So I'm just gonna assume that that's not gonna work. Fuck. I really hate this, because this stupid support beam is in the way. Otherwise, I'd put it right here, and that would be fine. God damn it. Alright, so... Now, if I put it here, that would probably work from an inventory point of view, but then it would block my vehicles. Well, it would make it less convenient for my vehicles. Now, I could also possibly... Let me move the truck out of the way here. Come on. Okay. She automatically dropped it because she got into the truck. It's one of those items. It's like a generator. All right. Fuck. Sorry, this is making me really fucking mad because my options are now very limited on where I can put it. If I put it here, it's gonna really block my my vehicles coming in here. If I put it here, I don't have good access to the crates. God damn it. All right, whatever. I'm mad about it, but I'm not that mad. Let's get the bellows together. Bellows. I got some medium leather here, and I need a claw hammer and some nails. I've already got nails. I need 2 planks, and that should be it. So 2 planks from this massive pile over here. And she'll probably drop it on the floor just like she did the... Oh, no, she didn't. Okay. So I just barely had enough room in my inventory for it. That's actually... I guess that's okay. No, that's not okay. That's very bad. That's very bad because I cannot... You can't just drop large bellows. Or can you? Hang on a second. Can I do this? Yes, okay. So I had to use the key binding to drop it. The game does not let you actually drop it with the right-click menu. You can only place it as if it were a fucking building. And then once it's placed like a building, you can't pick it back up for crafting. You have to use the building pickup method, which... There's some really dumb stuff going on with this system. You gotta work around it as best you can. Alright, let's feed her the last of this roast here. And then our girl needs to sleep, because it is past her bedtime. Long John's on, head into pillow. Okay, Long John's back off because we're going to be sprinting around in the middle of the heat. Empty pan into the cabinet. All right, I'm now lightweight enough I can pick up a... Okay, just barely I can pick up a large stone. I need to go get 3 of them so that I have the... so that I can make the chiseled stones. So there are already 2 large stones right there. I'm looking for a 3rd. I will venture a little ways into the forest for that. Here we are. Another large stone coming right up. Alright, and now the 2 other large stones are easily accessed. We need a total of 3 because we need 30 cut stones. So I got my hammer right here. Break that stone into smaller stones. Drop smaller stones on the ground. And let's do that 2 more times. Right, there's 20 stones. Go get 1 more large stone. All right. We now have 30 stones on the floor, and we're just going to cut them all into... Hello. I said we're going to cut them all into... God damn it. Why can I not... Where's my chisel? Chisel is in the trunk here. Or did I drop it on the floor? What did I do with it? Okay, here it is. Mason's chisel. $30 stone blocks coming right up. Alright, 30 stone blocks cut. So this is where we're going to put the forge. God, I'm still so mad about that. I'm so mad about it. It's alright. It's alright. I need to stop thinking about it, otherwise I'll go nuts. Alright, we got all of our stone blocks on the floor. We've got our anvil, and we've got our bellows. Now I need to get my tools out of the way. So this empty large bucket, I'm going to put it straight into my backpack. Mason's trowel into the primary, bucket of clay cement into the secondary. That should be everything that I need to build an advanced furnace. Right? Oh, I need a fucking log. Okay, a single goddamn log. Okay. Sorry, I'm not quite as mad as I might sound. It's just, god damn it. Every time I think I have everything, oh, you're right, there's that one obscure ingredient that I forgot about. So I'm just going to leave the trowel and the, I'll leave that crap on the floor for the moment. It's 4 a.m., time to sleep. Give our girl another sleep here, and then tomorrow morning she finishes everything off. Alright, you know what? Before she heads out, give her something to eat now. And all we need is a single log. This tree right here should be enough. Look at that, a single log. Alright. So now I'm going to pick up the mason's trowel and the bucket of clay cement because I don't want it to... Don't want it to disappear into this floor full of materials. Come on. Advanced forge. Build it. Oh my god, there's no good spot for it. Fuck. Fuck, that's terrible. Because look, it's going to block my... The stupid bucket is going to block my vehicles. God damn it. There's only... Okay, you know what? I hate it. I fucking hate it, but I'm going to deal with it. Oh, that's not going to work. She goes over there, and then she tries to build it there, and she can't access the resources. Now I got to move the resources. Fuck, this is irritating. Sorry, I don't mean to yell at you guys, but seriously, this process needs to be refined. It really needs to be refined. It's getting a little irritating because there's all these stupid little things you got to be aware of. Fuck it, I'm just going to drop my entire backpack. I'm so sick of this. I'm dropping my entire goddamn backpack right now. Log goes on the floor over here. Now she has enough room to pick up the stupid-ass bellows. Drop it on the floor over here with the key binding, because that's all I can do. Pick up the blacksmith anvil. Drop it right here with the key binding. That works fine. 30 stone blocks. Place them all on the floor over here so that they're within range. God damn it. Okay, that should be within range. What is in my backpack that I need? This stupid large bucket. Just that. Okay. Large bucket. On the ground. Won't fit there. Let's try here. That works. Bucket of clay cement in one hand. Mason's trowel in the other hand. Let's see if I can finally build this stupid thing. Okay. We have a forge. We have a furnace. So what I can do now, in order to have access to charcoal for both furnace and forge, is park the truck here. Now, thankfully, you can access large production things like the furnace and forge. You can access them from up to 2 tiles away. So that is a silver lining to this debacle of annoyance. Let me put this back on my back so that my action bars are sorted out properly. Claw hammer and hunting knife back on the belt with the sword. The wood axe can go back into the field kit of my van. Give it a sharpen before I... Fuck! Fuck! God damn it! Where the fuck did you come from? Why couldn't you have come any time in the past 2 days? You had to show up now. Okay, we're clear. We are clear. Mace, onto my back, please. Wood axe, back into the field kit. I'm gonna go ahead and put my M9s back in their holsters. Oh shit! Wrong weapon set. Mace onto my back, sword onto my belt. This mace and sword can go back into the field kit here, because I accidentally put on my backup weapons. It's been a long day. I had a long day at work today. Knife, mace, sword, pickaxe, crowbar, so I just need to make a sledgehammer to put back in here. Okay, speaking of sledgehammer, let's get one of those put together. I need tools. So what I'm going to do is this small backpack that I picked up here is going to become my tool bag. My tool bag is going to contain a tongs, metalworking chisel, metalworking punch, sheet metal snips, ball peen hammer, club hammer, regular tools next, small punch and chisel set, small file set, pliers, hand drill, hacksaw, calipers, vice grips. I mean, I'm just basically taking a little bit of everything except for the stuff that I'm certain is not needed. File. And bolt cutters even. Why not? Okay, that is a full bag of tools. Now, the reason I put them into a bag is so that I can favorite them. And then I put that favorited bag of tools on the floor right here so that I can stand here and access... I gotta back the truck up ever so slightly. It's okay to park it like this because I'm going to sledgehammer away that stupid support column. So, standing here, I can access the trunk, which has all my wood charcoal. I can access the bag, which has all my tools. I can access the forge, and I can access the furnace. Right? God damn it. Almost. Come on. God damn it. Thought I could access it from 2 tiles away. There we go. Okay. Can I still... Okay, I have to be very careful about the positioning. But I can still access the furnace along with the trunk, along with the tools. Okay. Man, this is infuriating. This is all because I forgot to bring a sledgehammer. If I had brought a sledgehammer, I would not be having any problems right now. But that's what I get. Alright, so I don't have any of my iron or steel accessible to me because I couldn't, I basically couldn't. Okay. That's fine. What I can do is... see, I would be able to stand here and smelt from this corner. That would be great. I can't really do that without moving the truck. You know what? Fine. I'll move the truck. Because right now I just need to smelt a bunch of stuff. I think that's close enough. So you want to be able to access this crate and the trunk. I can't. It's all so tiresome. It's all so tiresome. I had a good plan. I really did. It just, because of some stupid oversight, it didn't work as well as I thought. Let's try that. Okay. I can cut the engine now. I can access the trunk with all the charcoal. And I can access the, oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to smelt the iron in the corner here. And then I'm going to just toss it right into the trunk. You know what else I'm going to toss into the trunk? All this stuff that's on the floor here. That actually makes a lot of sense. Okay. So trunk gets the tools and the crucibles. Hello. Crucibles. Damn it. Doesn't quite fit. I only need one crucible. There we go. Okay, tools and one crucible in the trunk. I'll just put the other one over here for now. I don't really need a second one for a while, really. Okay, here goes. Let's smelt a bunch of iron from this crap in the corner here. Now, hold on a second. Does a sledgehammer need steel or iron? Let's double check that. It needs steel. Okay. So, I'm not worried about iron smelting right now. It's all steel. Smelt steel from large steel item I can use. Steel sheets. Does that mean I can turn a steel sheet? I need to make an ingot. Right? Yeah, I need a pierced ingot. Oh, you know what? Oh, you know what? Ingot, ingot, ingot. So if I wanted to cast a steel ingot, I need a ceramic ingot mold. We're not done suffering yet. We're not done suffering yet. Thankfully, I brought all the materials to build a kiln, but I don't have the clay for it. All this work and I can't build a sledgehammer because I cannot make a ceramic ingot mold in order to make a pierced ingot in order to make a sledgehammer. I need clay for that. I don't think it's going to be possible to find clay down here. I've tried to do it before. I've tried to find clay down here before. It doesn't work. Muldraugh has no fucking clay. There's no clay in Muldraugh. So whatever. I'm not gonna let myself get bothered by it too much anymore. Yeah, I'm just gonna move the charcoal and tool truck out of the way. That looks like it's far enough out of the way for my concern. All I can do is go around on foot, so I can still drive my regular van in and through here. Okay. That's all I really care about right now. Okay, let's get our girl some food and water, and let's go out and do something else, because I've been very disappointed by this attempt to make a field metalworking facility. It has not panned out the way I wanted it to. Let's empty my inventory. Got ourselves some scrap metal. Mason's chisel for the tools, weapons. Oh, you know what? That can go on the table over here with the club hammer. Hammer and chisel. Entrenching tool goes in my field kit. Get that out of the way. I've got some household here. Some junk over here. Some first aid. Some electronics. cookware for the kitchen, flashlight for electronics, cheesecloth for material, yarn for material, and nails. I'm just going to drop them on the floor next to the planks up here. Cookware and foodstuffs. This fridge that's in here needs to go over there. With that light switch, get that out of the way. And this extra water bucket can go here. These utensils could go in here. Okay. Eye makeup for the silly bin over here. Okay, that is our inventory sorted. We've got food for a day. The entrenching tool is ready to go back into the field kit. I'm going to cut the lights, and let's go have some fun in Muldraugh. Maybe if we get really lucky. Now, last time I was in Muldraugh, I did not get lucky. This did not happen. Maybe this time we'll get lucky and we'll find a vehicle like a step van with a sack of clay in the trunk. That's the only shot that I know of that we could possibly find clay in Muldraugh. So we'll see if that happens. If it doesn't, whatever. I'll deal with it. So we've already killed most of the Zeds in this area. Looks like we got a couple of migrants and or respawns. Let's start killing. Come on out. Come on. Alright, storage units are a great place to loot, but I ain't got my sledgehammer right now, so do I really want to sit here with a wood axe and or a regular hammer and just pound these doors for like a minute straight? No, I don't really want to do that right now. I don't care about none of that. I don't care about... Ooh, look at all that. A lot of interest. Ooh! Ooh! So remember how before I was saying I did not have the recipe to forge a spearhead? Now I do. I just found a magazine for it. And I just read a magazine for it. And I'm going to loot all this crap because it's cool. Everything except for the pen and eraser. Neat. I was not expecting to find one of the things I was looking for so quickly. But I will gladly take it. Alright, I'm going to start a garbage bag of loot here. Should have done this from the very beginning. Let's continue clearing this highway. As you can see, we've got a lot of fun waiting for us on this highway. That is, the sound that I'm hearing is somebody in the changing rooms of this location. Which means I have no choice but to do this. Aha. Just doing a kill run now. I'm not worried about looting just yet. Get out of the road. For anybody joining, we've come back to Muldraugh from our main base in Riverside. We're on an expedition to hit a few particular loot sources down here. A pretty large group up there. I'm gonna try to split them up, hit them with the sword. Looks like I pulled most of the group, so we might switch to firearms here. On my 6. Backing up a little bit. You know what? I don't like it. I don't care for this situation. Backing up a little further. What I'm trying to level the most right now is swords and firearms. But I suppose I'll deign to switch back to short blunt when I need it. Short blunt's what I'm good at, after all. Looks like I've pulled quite a few from the south. Thanks to the fence, they're going around it. I'm going to go ahead and switch to short blunt now. Clear for the south for the moment. Back to long blade. We got some slow shamblers coming from the south. You want a sharpen check? Good. I see somebody hitting the fence off to the right side there. I'm going to deal with them once I've dealt with these guys. See, by moving up and having them lunge at me, I'm splitting them apart. Dealing with them on my own terms. North is... I've got one. I'm going to pull her up now. Split these two up. I hear one to the left, coming from north. Alright, he's up there. We've got a fast shambler to the north. Oh, shit, I missed. That was a stage 3 right there. Switching to short blunt. Okay, sharpen check. I need a sharpen. I'm switching off the sword for the moment. I'm gonna kill this fence thumper with short blade because you can poke your knife through the fence. Let's see if I can't get away with that over here too. Nice. Okay. If you're in Muldraugh, there's a lot of chain link fences. You can poke your spears and or spears and knives through. Okay, we sharpen our blade. One incoming. It's a slow shambler. Come on, let's go. Alright, this is a rather large pile. I'm going to put the bandana on my face so that I don't get too sick from all these corpses. And we're going to do a little bit of maintenance, character maintenance. Going to cut up some belts. Going to dismantle some watches. Going to cut up some coats. And yeah, looks good. If I feel like doing tailoring, I can come back later with a crafting surface and do some tailoring. During that exchange, I annihilated the magazine in my left handgun. I'll reload that bad boy. And we are about to be hungry. Actually, we already are. So we got a couple of Zeds up here. I'm going to move out of range of the stink and take a bite out of this lovely, lovely roast. And resume some killing here. I want a clear highway as far as I can get before I turn in for the night. Right this way, please. Look this way. Come out of that road there. Might actually get this snow to stick here. Seeing as it's in the middle of the day, or it's kind of the middle of the afternoon, and the temperature is 10 below freezing. Or, what is that, 8 below freezing? Yeah, something like that. That means the snow is probably going to stick, which means it's probably going to block the roadway markings, which can make it harder to navigate outside the highway. Highway is relatively obvious even if it's covered in snow, but the rest of the side roads, sometimes a little less obvious without markings. So I killed more of these guys with the handgun than I thought. That's pretty good. I was wondering about the efficacy of the handgun discharge there. It was a bit of a panic discharge, but I killed about 4 of them with it, and the rest of them I knocked down. Which honestly, the knockdown is more important than the kill in this particular context for me. All right. I'm gonna stop by a local bathroom and clean up these leather strips really quick. Is there even a bathroom in here? Yeah. I do not drink toilet water, but I'll gladly use it to clean up these leather strips. Alright, highway's looking alright. Let me guess, I left the engine running again. Oh, hold on a second. Son of a bitch! Hide my fucking blind spot. The only reason I knew that thing was there is because I heard a mouth breather. Fucking... jerk. And that, of course, is slightly my fault because I left the engine running. That being said, camping in the blind spot is, that's vicious. Always be cautious approaching the blind spot. It's one of the reasons I like always trying to park so that the driver's side is never in the blind spot. Alright, I'm going to kill these 3 here, and then I think I'm going to move these vehicles. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and move the vehicles now. I want a clean highway, and that includes not just zombies, but vehicles. So you want to move a burnt vehicle with something like the step van, which has a very weak engine, comparatively speaking. Still possible. Just got to do it, and you gotta yank it. You got to get real close like this, and then back up and yank it in little chunks. Once you've lost your momentum, back up and do that again until you lose momentum. Go forward in this case, do it again. Try to get your momentum by going straight. Don't turn until you've got a little bit of momentum build up. In that case, I can also do that. See, I'm technically tethered to the front of it here, but I can drive forward, and that helps get it off the road a little bit. Okay, that is sort of close enough. I'm actually going to nudge the other side of it to get the rest of the way off the road. Here we go. Just give it a little nudge on the front. As long as you don't hear the sound of a crunch, then you're not damaging your own vehicle too much. I may have taken a couple percentage points on the headlight on that side, but whatever. Headlights are dime a dozen, really. Just got to be aware of when you need to fix them. I'm going to kind of do the same thing here. See if I can't. This is not looking like it's going to work very well. Yeah. See if I can attach it from this angle here. Yeah. That'll give me a little bit of room to back up, jerk it off to the side there. Okay, that's a pretty good tow job there. So that is now out of the way. We've got ourselves a clear highway down to, from MassGen Fatco down to Jay's Chicken. I've got a little bit of life left in me before I go to sleep, so I'm going to fight the crowd there in front of Jay's Chicken. Just going to back this up here and attach the trailer once more. Cut the engine so that I'm not wasting gas again. Bad habit of mine. Alright, checking for sharpening. I do not need to sharpen my blade. Here goes nothing. I'm going to focus on the group that's in front of the chicken joint first. Always to clear your corners, rookie. Hello, friendos. I'm going to need to check over my shoulder to the left very frequently. I've got one that's clocked me. I think I can handle this. Long blade 4 should be enough for this. Alright, nobody else from the group to the left has clocked me. Bring this guy up from the south, and anybody else in the trees there. Bring him on up to the pile. So I gotta use combat stance to keep this guy's interest in me, otherwise he'll go back to being slow. Sharpen check, looking good. Take the fast one, let the slow ones catch up. What the hell? My sword broke. Okay. I was not expecting that. Fuck. Okay. I wasn't expecting it to fully break. I thought it was in better condition than that. Guess that's what I get for not periodically checking it. Well, I got a broken sword blade on the ground now. At least I can still smelt that, I think. That'll get me some of the steel back. Not all of it, though. Unfortunately, by letting it break, some of the steel has just vanished from reality. Whatever. People left in the trees here, probably a small number. Alright. Looking good on the other side of these trees. So I have cleared a nice sizable chunk of the highway now. I'm going to be tired in approximately two or so minutes here. I'm going to sweep around the backside here. Catch anybody who's hiding up on this fence. You know what? Last, you had the vision to find my house. Move these cones out of the road because they're not really serving any purpose. Oh no, some potholes. I got bigger problems than potholes right now. Yeah, you could just run over them, but I prefer not to damage my vehicle at all if I can manage. That's a tall order sometimes for me, but if I can, I will. Alright, man, we've already been at this for 5 hours and 30 minutes. It is a weeknight for me, so I do have to be conscientious and not do another 14-hour stream. But I can keep going for a bit here. I think a very good stopping point for me would be if I could get all the way down to the gas station here in Muldraugh and then get a generator on it. So I got my knife here. I can poke straight through these chain link fences for anybody who didn't see it before. I can even do a jaw stab through the chain link fence. That's fantastic. Okay, so pile of crep, am I pronouncing that right? It is clear on all sides now. You know what? I'm going to sweep around behind it here. Moving at a wide angle so that I don't get surprised by anybody behind this tree here. Look at that. There was somebody back here. Come right this way, sir. Just take a seat. My name's Chris Hansen, CBS News. Why don't you take a seat? Thank you. Okay, looking good back here. There's just this one lady over here. I would like this entire region cleared if I can manage. Hello, lady. Alright, we got some residential back here. I'm not really worried about that area right now. So look at this. We got some backfill over here. What's this backfill bitch doing here? What's up, backfill bitch? Into the pile, please. Thank you for helping me train my short blade. Alright, we are shipping out of here. Everything's looking good for the highway and the buildings next to the highway. You always want to clear the buildings next to the highway if you want the highway to actually stay clear. Because otherwise, as you drive past, it sounds the engine will draw them out from their little hidey holes in these buildings, so... that if the recipe to a clean highway is cleaning all the buildings around the highway, too. So as we drive back to base here, I'm going to have a bite of this egg roast. As you can see, we have gotten lots of nice and neat piles off to the side of our highway here. And here is our base, MassGen Fatco. It's hardly necessary, but I do want to make sure that I can go inside and drive around all of the obstacles. So we cleaned up everything off the floor in here. That was a multi-day process after we got down here. And we built a furnace and a forge. Unfortunately, we are missing... we can get a kiln put together, but once we get the kiln... Fuck. Stupid fucking bucket. I should have known. So, the ability to drive cleanly through here. Hey there, Jen. Yep, we're doing relatively good. I've made a couple mistakes setting up base in Muldraugh, but they're very minor mistakes. We're doing pretty well. So if we pull up the map here, we can see that we're at the north edge of Muldraugh here, and we're basically just making a nice, clean run down the street. Dixie Highway, 31 West here. You know, the funny thing is I removed the draw on map mod, but all the symbols that I drew are still here. That's actually really funny. I thought that the draw on map mod might have been the one that was causing the problems, but it's not. It just means I can't currently draw on the map, but that's fine. I'll re-add them. I'll re-add the mod at some point. Alright, we've got about 2 hours left to burn. Let's clean up our inventory here. Got a nifty little kitchen over here. And what else? This broken sword blade needs to be smelted down. It's really inconvenient to not have my truck here. The truck is full of stuff. I'll just toss the stuff I want to smelt into the truck. How about that? Belt buckles into the iron bin. We've got some blades to sharpen. Electrical parts and an empty magazine. I'm gonna go ahead and take this gas can and bring it upstairs so that the generator upstairs has some spare parts and a gas can. Alrighty. Picked up a garbage bag of loot I can sort here. Mostly fun stuff for the fun stuff bin. But then we got some electronics. And some reading material. Some skill magazines. And a couple of jars. That can go in the cookware. I need to start carrying around a spare battery. Do I have one? I don't, but I have a tactical walkie-talkie. If I break this apart, I might have one. Yeah. Okay, so I got a spare battery for when my flashlight goes out. Ready for another magazine of 9mm. And I'm going to get, I've got another sword in my field kit. Going to put that on my belt. Okay, we can take the bandana off now. So we will spend the rest of the evening reading our reloading book, and then we'll hit the sack. $2,230 hours, time to sleep. Alright, as a midnight activity, I'm going to go and wash myself in the nearby lake. So we do have a lake out here at close to Maston Fatco here. It's on the other side of this forest of pine trees here. Now, when you want to run through a forest, one of the fastest things to do is use walk to, hotkey Y. I'm going to turn my flashlight on, though, so I can see a little easier in front of me. Oops. Here's the lake. Sometimes there are zombies out here, so I'm going to do a little run around the lake before I start cleaning myself up. Yes, I am doing laundry in a lake when it is... Ooh! Look at this! I was not expecting this. Okay. Props to the devs. They've added clay deposits to the lakes. That means a sledgehammer is not out of my reach. Okay. Okay, excellent. I will need to come back here with a sack in order to pick that up. Good to know. Okay, I can shut the flashlight off while I'm doing this. Just using my auditory for listening for zombies now. Alright, so we are very cold now. We're going to fix that by sprinting. God damn it, woman. She's supposed to automatically avoid the bushes while in walk-to mode, but for some reason she didn't avoid that one. Alright, I am hoping that we got out of the cold fast enough to not get sick. Because it would really suck if we got sick right about now. Alright, 4 a.m., time to sleep. You know what? It might actually be cold enough to justify putting in the stove. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Okay, we've got somebody hitting the door. I'm gonna come around and attack it from outside. Thought I had cleared this area 100 times. No, look at this! A bunch of assholes just showed up out of nowhere. Isn't that get off the fucking door, bitch. Smacking that fucking thing. Alright, right this way. Just cleaned myself up, too. At least I got a level worth of running. Alright. Is anybody else wanting to spawn in my parking lot? Anyone? Anyone? Okay. Yeah. That was interesting. So, if I wanted to build a... If I wanted something to keep myself warm, that's actually not too hard, but what I need to do is get this stove placed. In order to do that, I need to make room in my inventory to pick up something that weighs 40 encumbrance, so I gotta drop a few things. There we go. I pick up the stove. And I'm gonna put it right next to my bed here. This is an old stove that I just found laying around right here inside the building. So we got an old stove right next to the bed. I'm going to put some of these planks in it to get it loaded up with wood. 2, 3, 4 ought to be good enough. And I'm going to get my weapons back on my belt before I forget about them. Alright, now I just need something to light the fire. Plenty of wood chips in here. Where did I put them? I think I put them in the garbage. Yeah, wood splinters. Hold on to these sheets of paper and whatnot. Wood splinters plus lighter. Ah, that looks pretty. So we got 8 hours of fuel, so we have a full night's sleep here. Oh, that looks really pretty. That's actually really hot. I'm going to step over here and sleep on this side of the bed. Is that so hot that I'm going to need to take off a layer? I think it is. No, I'm good. I'm good. I just got to sleep on this side. Nice and toasty. 60 degrees Fahrenheit. All right. Here is our food for the day. Our daily bread, as it were. 13 degrees Fahrenheit outside, so it's still very cold. But that should be fine because we're going to be getting our workout on, killing lots and lots of zombies. It is January 13th. We have survived 6 months and 8 days. So that is 188 days. I'm going to take this neighborhood down to the south now. Pretty sure there's no chance of anybody coming up there and messing with us, but I want this area clear. See, they're kind of scattered for some reason, and that's a little weird. Not sure why the game just stuttered for a second. That was unusual. Alright, now I need to be very extra cautious here, because this is the exact place and time that Barb the Builder met her demise. It was here in Muldraugh, and it was in early January. So, and she even had the same hair color, because she was a natural blonde, but I had also found on her a very nice orange hair dye. So not only are we in the same place with the same gear at the same time of year, we're also wearing the same hair. I'm getting some major PTSD right now. It's alright. We'll survive. We're not gonna make the same mistakes we did last time. Last time I got very aggressive. This time I'm not gonna get as aggressive. I'm gonna be a little aggressive because I can, but I'm not gonna punch deep into zombie territory without a clean angle of approach. See, right here, I can still be relatively confident that the number of them that are going to show up behind where my vehicle is relatively small. It's still possible for some, but the number is not going to be that significant. Much unlike the situation where we lost Barb. And one of the things that led to Barb's demise was fences. So you can see me fighting. Yeah, on guard, 100%. You can see me fighting. I'm keeping my distance from fences for the most part. If you ever see me rushing a zombie that went over a fence, it's because there's no other zombies in the area. That's the only reason I'll ever do that. Sharpening check. Looks like we're good. Alright, I'm going to check the backyards of these houses. There is not a very safe way to check this backyard because all the stupid trees. So I'm just going to kind of hug the fence, move all the way up, check for any vagrants laying next to the fence. Looks good. And we'll check this side. Looking all right. I got nothing on this backyard. Look at all these fucking trees. I got nothing on this backyard. Nothing. I'm going to approach it from the other side. I wanted to open the curtains. There we go. Anything that interests me here. I'll take a few canned foods, why not? Alright, checking the backyard of this place. More likely to see a few back here. Not guaranteed, but more likely. I just heard an abra. Oh, he's inside. Okay. Nope. There's one inside. There's always liable to be more. Nothing of interest in here. I'll take a steel sheet and an iron pipe. Why not? I don't even know what bellows are used for, but they're not the big bellows that we need to build the forge and furnace with. Switch into short blunt for close quarters. Clear. Door pop. Checking upstairs. Bathroom clear. Bedroom 1 clear. Bedroom 2 clear. Bedroom 3 clear. Let's check the basement, because this house has a basement. Basement is clear. I'm probably not going to really care about anything in here. It's all stuff that I already have lots of in the warehouse. Yeah. I mean, if I really need any more of this crap, I'll come down here. Now this chest freezer, I have seen a dearth of them in Riverside, so I'm gonna go ahead and take it with me. I don't know 100% if I'll have room for it in the trunk for the trip home, but if I do, awesome. Alright, first 2 houses cleared. Let me get this chest freezer out of my inventory really quick. Along with those materials. Okay. Backyard checks for the next group of houses. This one had a group of zombies that were pretty close to its backyard, so I would not be surprised to see a couple more back here. Flush with the fence, looks clear. We got a basement here, but it's locked. Gonna clear the interior of the house first. Why, yes, I would love to have a bag of sugar. Can opener for the local kitchen. Electronics. Alright. But I would very much like to parse this basement, so I did not find any keys to it. So I'm going to have to break down the door. I'm just going to dismantle it. I feel confident about me having cleared this area. So I'll go ahead and disassemble it this way. Okay, just a laundry basement. Nothing special down here. Funny thing is, they're random. Basements are random, so this could have been anything. But it decided to be nothing. Just like me. I jest. Okay, let's get out of here. I'm tempted to take the grill, but I don't really need it. I mean, especially now that I got the wood stove. I mean, I got the old stove, rather. So I don't really need a stove of any sort. Because I can just use that to cook if I really want to. Wait a minute, why am I... Are you kidding me? I just took a scratch from the stupid, I just took a scratch from the stupid, fuck. The stupid bush. I just took a scratch from the bush. Okay. Why did I just gain a point of stress? That's terrifying. Did I get a hole in my gloves? Yes, I got a hole in my gloves because I bumped the stupid bush. Fuck, that's irritating. Okay, well, that means I need a new pair of gloves. Whatever. I think I actually have a... I think I actually have a pair of gloves that I can swap out for in the warehouse. Until then, I've got some bone gauntlets that I'm going to go ahead and wear those. And let's give our girl some food. We're also going to give her some painkillers. Yeah. I'm going to get rid of that. Otherwise, if we don't have some painkillers, that might reduce the damage we do. I'm going to find that out now. I'm going to use my best weapon, see if I still get one-shots like I should. Nah, look at that. Look at how slow I am swinging. It doesn't matter that I took painkillers. She's gonna be swinging very slowly because her hand is injured from the stupid bush. Okay. This is not... It doesn't make us combat ineffective, but it makes us a lot less combat effective than we normally would be. I'm not taking on any large groups like this. And out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to wear my heavy gear. Yeah, we're just going to do a little bit of cleanup here. It is unbelievable how slow I swing. Alright, so honestly, I don't feel comfortable getting into large combat situations with an injury on my hand. That slows down my combat speed, and that's just a bad time all around. So instead of getting into any combat, I'm just going to kind of mosey around this place that I've already cleared and do a little looting. That feels like the best option at the moment. I'm going to start a garbage bag here and loot anything that I can use for tailoring. That's a pretty purple hoodie. I'll take that. Yeah, absolutely. I am not okay with being able to attack very slowly. It almost negates all of the effort that I put into leveling short blunt. Some of these dresses actually look cute. That is like a very dark blue, but not an LEO blue, so I don't really care about that. Strapless dress looks really cute, though. How about this? This is a small that's almost black, but it's like a dark violet sort of color. I suppose I'll hold on to it. Ah, look at that. I've got a new pair of leather gloves here. So the gloves that we got a hole in, that's all right. Key to a nearby vehicle, too. That's neat. Ooh, ski goggles. That's cool. Should have just put all those into the garbage bag to begin with. There's a full trash bag of loot. Girl's getting thirsty. We're going to give her some water. Alright, nobody wants to have open doors. Guess I gotta open them myself. Normally I wouldn't be so thorough with an area like this, but it is better than going out and getting in combat right now. Oh, shit. Some ketchup. Ketchup never goes bad, right? Seasoning salt. Empty bucket. Sounds like somebody inside the building in the bathroom. Oh no, it's the back door. Alright, short blunt out. Looks like it's locked, so we're gonna take them from the other side. Drop my bag here. Taking a nice wide berth around the exterior. Looks like we got a couple indoors here, just this one and then the other one on the back door. Leonova. Sorry, man. That's a fire exit. I don't see a fire right now. Oops. Meant to put that in the other bag. I don't foresee there being too much of interest in here, but I'll take a peek. I'll take a peek. Ooh. Stuff that doesn't go bad. Syrup, butter, cinnamon, crackers, all that fun stuff. have a roast. I believe the key that I picked up goes to this vehicle. Oh no, there's another Chevalier Dart in this area, apparently. No idea where, but I have a key to it. Suppose this one I'll leave on the driver's seat. Take a little peek down here. Now, I don't think I'll be able to be on too much awful longer. So what my current goal has been to do is to get this highway cleared down to the gas station. That feels doable within the next hour or so here. It is a work night, and I want to try to get to bed on something vaguely resembling a reasonable time. One of the reasons I didn't stream yesterday is just because I was so busy correcting my sleep schedule after that 14-hour stream on Sunday. So it's doable. I believe in me. I really do. I can be responsible, sort of. I mean, there is the good old-fashioned insomnia problem where I can pretend to force myself to go to bed, but it's not going to work. And at that point, I'd rather just be doing something productive, like streaming. It definitely does not feel as bad as it was before. I'm still a little slower than I normally am, but I'm combat effective. It feels fine. I'm just not going to bother with trying to level my other weapons. I'm just going to stick with what I'm good at. My short blunt. Right this way, ladies and gentlemen. Step up and get flipped. So this is the bank right here, and then past the bank is the crossroads, and at the bottom of the crossroads is the gas station, so we're making all right time. I'm just going to sweep around and make sure Spiffos is clear. And it looks like we've got a number of folks on the other side of that fence there. So I'm going to take them piecemeal once I've confirmed Spiffos is looking all right. Look at all these double lights. Look at all these double fluorescent lights. I want them all. I want them all. They're small and I can fit them. Double fluorescent wall lights times several. Let's pick all these up. These are going to look great at our base back in Riverside. Especially the bathroom. The bathroom needs some better lighting, and unfortunately it doesn't have a lot of space for floor lighting, but wall lighting like this, we got plenty of space for that. So I'm going to put those in a garbage bag here. I can't pick up the big Spiffo, I don't think. Nah, game won't let me pick up the big Spiffo, the mega Spiffo. That's alright, I suppose. As much as I would like to have a mega Spiffo. I will, however, take the green arrow sign. One, because I have room for it, but two, it would actually look nice at my base. speaking of looking nice, the Zippy Market here has these very rare white cabinets with a red top. That, I like the way that looks, to be honest. Problem is, if I wanted to replace my kitchen with all of those, there's not enough. Not by a long shot. That is somewhat unfortunate how few and far between these particular cabinets are. Probably use them somewhere else other than my kitchen. They would probably be a second floor item. Most of the stuff in here is just going to be soda and small form food. More concerned about furniture right now, to be honest. I'm going to take this Slurp Burp and this arcade machine. I've actually read somewhere that the devs want to make the computers and arcade machines interactable. I would have fun with that. Give me a functional arcade machine? Sure, why not? Alright, there's the trailer full. A few garbage bags I'll take out of the glove compartment here. Okay, my hand has got a dirty bandage. I'm going to replace that. Maybe, if I'm lucky, there will be a bandage in the convenience store here. Just take a quick look around for that. Okay, doesn't look like there's any bandages, but all I gotta do is step into the bathroom and wash the bandage I'm currently using. Okay. Picking up where we left off. We do a little looting. An entire box of garbage bags. Ooh, this mop and bleach actually useful. I can clean up all the grime off of the floors in Mashed and Fatco. Cancel the water. We don't need seltzer water. It doesn't really do anything for us. Alright, this garbage bag is full. Okay. Convenience store is mostly pulled apart here. Came away with a lot of small form food for the local eat-ins. What is this other room here? Ah, little storeroom, okay. Alright, so since I did a re-bandage, let's do a swing test. Okay, this feels good. I'm not too gimped, so I can go do a little bit of killing, because there's a small group in this backyard area back here that I would like to remove with extreme prejudice. Pretty sure there's more than just her. Maybe not. Oh, girl's hungry. Let's give her some food. Hello. Let's back up a little bit and give her some food. Wait a minute. Okay. You notice this? No sound. We've hit the sound limit. So you know what? I'm going to take that as a sign that I need to get going here. I'm going to kill these zombies. I can... kind of terrifying killing them without sound. But it's just a couple. I'll be alright. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take that as a sign to go ahead and call it. So I'm going to go back to our base here, and I will go ahead and get cleaned up, get all my loot sorted, and we'll call the stream there. Because I do got to get going for tonight at some point here. That seems like an okay place to get it cleaned up. Vehicle, there it goes. It's kind of wishy-washy on when that glitch with the audio that we're seeing now, when it shows up. I've seen it not show up until like 10 hours into a stream, but this time it showed up, we're only 6 hours and 30 minutes in, which is pretty interesting. Speaking of stream durations, my previous one went over the 12-hour limit because I'm a madman, and so YouTube only captured the first 12 hours of it. So I had to re-upload the last 2.5 hours since YouTube as like its own little separate video. I don't even know if either that stream or the video re-upload, if either of them managed to get encoded yet. Because YouTube has been moving very slowly encoding my videos for some reason. Don't know why. Yeah, see if we look at my video feed here. Oh, okay. So part 15 has finally finished encoding. That's good. I'll add that to the playlist for Annie Mae's series, so... For anybody joining, we are gathering decorations for... Yeah, that's basically the last 2 hours and 40 minutes of part 14 here, which is right here, because it got cut off at the 12-hour mark. So I will get all that sorted into the playlist. And then going forward in my video descriptions, you guys will start seeing a handy selection of links to each video in the series, going all the way back to the very beginning. So if you guys are ever interested in recapping anything that has happened in the past, it'll be in the video description. So to sort this loot, I'm going to put this bleach and this mop on this side. You got some garbage bags. I'm just going to put those boxes there. Duct tape, claw hammer. Yeah, see, right now you gotta, like, the only way to see my previous streams would be to go all the way back to my channel and then find the playlist there. But it'll be a little bit easier to... Wait a minute. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm good, I'm good. For some reason, the game stopped responding for a second. That's a little terrifying. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and end it here instead. I'm not gonna keep unloading loot, not if it's gonna do that to me. So, my right hand is gonna stay bandaged for now. I'm just gonna have to remember to keep an eye on that at the start of next stream. But otherwise, we're doing well. I'm gonna take a little screenshot of my Muldraugh base to use as a thumbnail, because I'm rather proud of this. We've done pretty good. We don't have a kiln yet, and we don't have a sledgehammer yet, but we can survive without that for now. So, good game, folks. Use that for the thumbnail. And at the end of all my streams, I show you the most important thing of playing Zomboid Build 42. After you've exited the game, create a new folder, give it a name, whatever. In this case, I just named it 16 because it's the 16th back above my save. And I copy the whole save folder into that. So we are basically making a rolling set of backups for our saves here. The save file is currently 236,000 files across 620 megabytes. That is a big save. All right. I will catch